the Final Four, and all of college basketball's top brass is on hand. In only his second year, Rick Pitino has orchestrated Providence's first appearance since 1973, when Ernie DiGregorio led the Friars. And now another undersized overachiever, Billy the Kid Donovan, has made Providence this year's sentimental favorites. Syracuse's Jim Boeheim is also making his first Final Four trip. Last year, for the fourth straight time, the Orangemen were knocked out in the second round. But this season, Ronnie Cycli has become a one-man band in the tournament, boosting his coach's chances of a national title. On a different note, Jerry Tarkanian has taken the Battle of Las Vegas to the Final Four, but that was a decade ago. Now the Shark and his running Rebels are back, and with Armin Gilliam up front, they hope to hammer out their first NCAA championship. And then there's the maestro himself, Bobby Knight, coaching in his fourth Final Four. His Hoosiers won it all back in 1976. And then repeated 5 years later behind Isaiah Thomas. This year, Indiana's floor leader is Steve Alford, who's taking aim at a third crown for Bobby Knight. And so we come to New Orleans after 3 weeks, 12 cities, and 60 games. This is the Final Four. As we look down live at the mighty Mississippi on a beautiful day, we welcome you to the port city of New Orleans. The last time the Final Four was held here in the Superdome, 61,612 fans set an all-time attendance record for a basketball audience, and today we expect that record will be broken. Welcome to the Final Four on CBS Sports. Today, the national semifinals. Coming up in a few minutes, Syracuse will take on Providence. And then later this afternoon, Bobby Knight's Indiana Hoosiers will battle Jerry Tarkanian's Runnin' Rebels from Nevada, Las Vegas. Right now, to help set the stage, let's check in with my colleague, James Brown.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. You know, you talk about that 1982 Final Four that was held here in the New Orleans Superdome. Interestingly, the outside shooters on the 4 teams that were here then experienced some problems with depth perception in this big arena. The seats behind either basket are about 75 yards away. Now, as far as the Syracuse players are concerned, I talked with them. They indicate it should be a little easy transition for them because they play in the Carrier Dome, their home court, which seats 30,000 plus. Providence, on the other hand, those players may have a problem. They love the three-point shot. We'll see if it develops into an issue. Jim?
All right, James, so we'll call that perhaps the dome court advantage for Syracuse. Right now, it's indeed a pleasure to enjoy or to introduce the gentlemen who will be calling the game today for us here on CBS Sports, Brent Musburger and Billy Packer.
Thank you, Jim Nance, and welcome everybody. Billy, it was just a short time ago we saw a classic here, North Carolina and Georgetown for the title in '82. Do you remember that game?
I really do, and of course we had Michael Jordan hit the jumper from the side. Freddie Brown's basket was one of the classic games in NCAA tournament history.
Do you rank it as your best ever?
Well, I don't know. I think I go back to the Villanova-Georgetown game as almost a perfect basketball game.
Billy, has there been a theme the last half dozen years?
It really has, Brennan. I think that's been that of the Cinderella, and of course Villanova expressed that very well.
And we got one here this year, the Providence Friars. Can they do it? We'll find out right after these messages from your local station.
This is CBS. Time's running out. Make your best deal and still get 3.9% financing. That could save you up to $1,400 on this big 4x4, or get up to $800 cash.
It's game one, the national semifinal, and it'll match 2 teams from the Big East. The upstart Friars of Providence, who came to the Southeast Regional, and the Syracuse Orangemen, who won the East Regional. You know, Billy Packer, we've got a bit of a change here. This Syracuse team has not lost to Providence. You have to go way back to the mid-70s. They've beaten them 15 straight times.
Well, yeah, but some of the kids on the Providence team weren't even in grade school when that started, so I don't think the change will be a big factor.
Now the man inside for Syracuse, Ronnie Cycli. He has played so very well for Jim Boeheim in this tournament.
Well, you know, he came to school as a project, then he became a prospect, and now he's developed into a legitimate star.
At the other end of the floor, the tournament's leading scorer, Billy the Kid Donovan of the Providence Friars.
He's been a great ball player, but he's not had any great games against Syracuse. He's had all he can handle with Sherm Douglas. Sherm Douglas, the kind of guy that's not only tied him up, but he's a guy that's hard to press. He may be unpressable.
And there is Douglas, who will lead this Syracuse team here this afternoon. The coaches are such a fascinating tale. Rick Pitino worked for Jim Boeheim as an assistant at Syracuse for 2 years. We had the opportunity to ask the two about the keys to this matchup.
We have to keep them off the boards, obviously. It's a big factor because they have so much more talent on the backboard than we do. We've got to turn them over with our full court press, and obviously we have to shoot a high percentage from the field. When we do that, we get our press on that many more times, and when we get our press on a large number of times, we're very effective.
Our keys are doing a good job with the three-point play. You have to defend it. We have to do a good job defending it. But we also have to get our inside guys to play well and stay out of foul trouble.
Billy Boeheim and Pitino have to be happy just to be here. They've had great years.
I think that may be true for Pitino, but I think that in the case of Jimmy, he's been much maligned. I think he has to win this game to satisfy himself.
All right, it's game time. We're going to come back and meet the starting lineups in just a moment.
CBS Sports presents the NCAA Basketball Championship. Today's national semifinal game between Providence and Syracuse is sponsored by Mass Mutual. We insure more than lives, we insure success. Mercedes-Benz, engineered like no other car in the world. And by Delta Airlines. Delta gets you there with care.
The Final Four are about to unfold here in the Superdome in New Orleans, and to meet the starting lineups for Syracuse and Providence, let's join the PA announcer, Frank Fallon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Superdome for the Syracuse National Semifinal between the Friars of Providence College and the Syracuse Orangemen. Now, let's meet the starting lineup. For Providence, at forward, a 6'7" senior from Kitchener, Ontario, number 13,
Set forward, a 6'4" senior from Germantown, Pennsylvania, number 23, Ernie Lewis. For Syracuse, at forward, a 6'5" senior from Syracuse, New York, number 25, Howard Trish. For Providence, at center, a 6'11" senior from Central Falls, Rhode Island, number 50, Jacek Duna. For Syracuse at center, a 6'10" junior from Athens, Greece, number 4, Ronnie Cycli. For Providence at guard, a 6'4" junior from Michigan City, Indiana, number 12, Delray Brooks. For Syracuse at guard, a 6-foot sophomore from Washington, D.C., number 20, Sherman Douglas. Providence at guard, a 6'1" senior from Rockville Center, New York, number 34, Billy Donovan. For Syracuse at guard, a 6'3" senior from Rochester, New York, number 11, Greg Monroe. And now introducing the head coaches. For Providence in his second season, Rick Pitino. For Syracuse in his 11th season, Jim Boeheim.
They're the best of friends, and now they'll go head-to-head for the right to play for the national championship. We'll be right back.
To score and score often early so they can get into their pressing defense and try to spread Syracuse out. For Syracuse, I think it's Cycli he's going to have to continue the great play he's had during NCAA tournament time. He's really set the stage, and when he's playing well, it makes Coleman even tougher as a secondary rebounder.
Providence in their dark road uniforms. Syracuse in the home whites. Kipfer cannot hold on, but Delray Brooks of the Friars comes up with it. First possession for Providence. Kipfer.
Good dish inside. Syracuse starts man-to-man. Here comes the press.
And knock the ball back out of bounds.
Providence will press full court every time that they score. It's relentless.
Lewis 3 was an air ball. Here's Monroe. He's the number 2 shooting guard. He puts up a 3 and hits it.
End of depth perception from that angle. That's the toughest shot out here because you look right up into the scoreboard.
Jacek Duda. Here's David Kipfer, the Canadian, goes to the left hand. Pound away, and we've got the first foul underneath. Now that goes against Duda. Paul Galvin out of Fort Worth, Texas is the referee. Louis Grillo of Washington and Don Rutley out of Windermere, Florida are the other 2 officials on the floor.
Comes that zone pressure. Good pass up to Trish.
Monroe off a fake gets inside. Now Sherman Douglas brings it back and sets the table.
And here you see the 2-3 matchup zone that Providence uses so well. Syracuse likes to go inside against his zone.
Monroe's 3. Providence comes away with the defensive rebound. Delray Brooks. Donovan gets it back to him.
Great pass.
It's Duda. Kipfer's rebound, and he has both of Providence's field goals.
Well, everybody talks about Providence three-point shooting, but what destroyed Georgetown was the inside play. They've really taken Douglas out of the press.
Patino on the sideline, barking defensive calls. Douglas to Cyclade. Trish underneath.
Set play for the lob that time to Ronnie Cyclade. Douglas does that as well as anybody in the country. Goes off the drive and lays it up on the board.
Donovan off. Coleman.
We're looking for a game in the 90s here. Good pass.
Cyclade foul. He'll come to the free throw line.
And there was a day, Brent, when people were taught don't dribble against the zone. And against a matchup zone like this, when you've got a penetrator like Douglas, it's a great weapon. He just splits the zone and goes inside.
Kipfer is assessed his first personal, and Patino substitutes for the first time. He may substitute up to 50 times in this game. Marty Conlon, the freshman from Bronxville, New York, the 6'10", checks in, and Steve Wright, 6'5", number 44, out of Syracuse.
Keep an eye on Steve Wright. He had a big game at Syracuse, 15 points and 14 rebounds. He's played extremely well in the tournament.
Is there any way that Providence can get Cyclade into foul trouble? That seems to be such a key that other coaches talk about.
Well, here's one way. Get it to Steve Wright early, then he pump fake against him. But he's got to make some.
Cyclade comes out with the rebound. Here's Douglas.
Talk about foul trouble. Cyclade's mental attitude has been so good during the tournament. He hasn't gone for that.
He wanted Coleman underneath on the lob. And they got the foul on Lewis. So already there are 3 team fouls against Providence.
One of the things we'll see, now see this play right here? I think referees have to be very careful with that. That ball is in the cylinder when guys go up to dunk. And what you see in the part of Douglas, he puts the ball almost as if he's shooting it. But then with Coleman and Cyclade coming from behind the zone, they just merely jam it through. To me, it's almost an illegal play.
Now the call was against Syracuse. Coleman, let me correct what I said. That was against Syracuse. That's why they're coming down this way. And Derek Brower checks in along with Stephen Thompson. And Carlton Screen was on the floor, and the banging underneath it to go against Wright. He came up over the back.
One of the things that has made Syracuse so much more effective this year in the past is they can go play somebody man-to-man. They used to rely on their primary defense strictly as a zone. going long.
Quickly to Douglas. Off Brower's hands, but it was hit by Providence.
That was a good job by Billy Donovan. As a great playmaker that he is, he also can anticipate on a defensive basis to go and be in the line of the pass. Broke that one up nicely. Still in that 2-3 matchup zone. The players play an area of the court, but they're also conscious of where the offensive players are.
Deflected. Thompson runs it down. Now they trap him. Got to come out, and he muscles it to Trish. Pull-up jumper. And Brower handles it and throws it out of bounds. On the turnover, it'll go to Providence.
Tough break for Syracuse. The pass was intended for Stevie Thompson. Coleman didn't realize he was behind him and just tipped it away.
Syracuse ahead of Providence, 6-4. 16-14 to go first half.
Carl's screen in the ballgame really helps Providence, but now with that knee injury, they needed him as a backup at the guard position. Now he's back and playing well.
They missed 2 shots. That's right. And the Orangemen come down.
Screen's a little tentative on that jumper. Pulled up on it.
Douglas. Right rebound. Douglas slows up Donovan, but he gets around it. Here's Lewis with 3. Brower trying to run it down, was able to save it.
It's the third pass I've seen thrown between somebody's legs today.
So Cycling getting an early rest in this confrontation. Syracuse 2 of 6 offensively.
Sherman Douglas at 6'1", can go in among the trees and get that shot off. He shoots it on the way up. That's why he's so quick with it.
Providence is cold. They are only 2 of 11 here in the early minutes of this national semifinal. Donovan, still cold. Trish.
Brennan looked like Donovan was looking for the pass as opposed to the shot there.
Thompson and Douglas with that quickness.
Good hands by Pop Lewis. His team is very well trained to go ahead and keep those hands moving all the time without committing a foul. Players are kind of exhausted here, but a little mental fatigue early.
Trish.
That foul on the shot.
Thompson offensive rebound, and the foul goes against Kipfer. That's his first.
Thompson has been wearing a big heavy bandage on his shooting hand. It's not on there today. A lot of people were kidding him about shooting better with the bandage than he has with it off.
Patino begins to shuttle players like he's coaching a hockey team. And we'll be right back.
The most punishing road in Europe is not the Appian Way in Italy.
And the 2 leading scorers of this tournament are matched for Providence. Billy the Kid Donovan, he's the top gunner out of St. Agnes High School, Rockville Center, Long Island. And Ronnie Cycler, the young man who's attended school in Lebanon, London, Athens, Greece, and Massachusetts. That's the performance he has turned in so far for Jim Boeheim. Now, mass substitution, so Marty Conlon, Abdul Shamsi Dean, Darrell Wright, Delray Brooks in for Patino. Ronnie Cycley has returned. Greg Monroe back in the game, and you got a view of Billy Donovan, who will sit for the time being. Billy, I'm going to put you in charge of substitutions.
I think it's just key to say, hey, there's going to be 5-on-5 most of this game. The players will be interchangeable.
So Jim Boeheim electing to give Cycley an early break here because the players, as Billy pointed out, seem to be sweating heavily in the early minutes because of the nervousness. Thompson traveling on the turnover. It'll go to Providence. That's the 4th turnover in this game. Now, Providence's problem so far, they have missed their last 7 shots, and they have not scored a field goal in the last 4 minutes. They have only a pair of field goals. It's 8-4. Kipfer's hit them both.
Green's got to realize he's going to be open, so he's going to take some of those shots. He's looking to pass.
Both teams trying to shake that early nervousness. Conlon coming up with it. Shamsi Dean, he'll surprise you because he'll come with the left hand.
Both coaches want to sit down their star guards early here to give them a rest. figuring the pace of this game may be a little strong early. Good double team.
Thompson more a penetrator than a three-point. Here's the three-point shooter for Syracuse. That's Monroe who gave it up to Thompson. Trish will move his shot around against the double team into Cycler. And back to Trish. Nice baseline corner shot by Howard Trish.
That's where that senior maturity really helps.
Knocked away.
Hands.
Cycling forces it, and Screaming gets it back. The freshman comes up on Trish and draws the foul.
Jimmy Boeheim is going to get Douglas back in the game, and that's where it really hurts when they don't have him on the floor, because Monroe is really a second guard that's not used to bringing it up the court. That's why Screen took it away from him.
Some of you may remember how Providence was beaten badly, really, by Georgetown in the Big East tournament final, and then eliminated Georgetown in the Southeast Regional title game recently, 88-73. Well, one of the big differences in that game is at the free throw line right now. Carlton Screen. He can give Donovan some bench rest. He was unable to do that in the Big East Championship because of a knee problem. He underwent arthroscopic surgery on a Sunday. They put him in a swimming pool. He was swimming for 3 days, and he was back running and playing the following week. So arthroscopic surgery, again, works another miracle for an athlete. Has trouble at that free throw line. Maybe the depth perception is bothering him at this end.
I think they're all just a little bit nervous and psyched up. I was on the elevator with Screen and his mom that day, and he thought he wouldn't be back till next year. It's great to see him back there.
He'll take a break, and you got a glimpse of Donovan, who has returned here for Coach Rick Pitino.
Donovan's got to be the key right now. Start hitting some shots, loosen things up. There's Syracuse in their patented 2-3 zone.
Providence, the leading three-point shooting team, and that's the first one they have hit here today. It is Darrell Wright. They are 1 of 5 in shooting threes. They shoot 43% on the year from three-point range.
And Wright is a 46% three-point shooter.
Lob to Coleman.
Well, those two guys have it down to a science, Coleman and Douglas.
Douglas can get closer to the hoop and use the lob better than anybody I've seen in the college game in some time.
I'd agree with you there. He really has it down to a science. Syracuse goes back now to man-to-man. Very aggressive man-to-man defense.
This is what turned around one of the games. Syracuse was trailing late, and Jim Boeheim came with the man-to-man. Those of you who follow Syracuse or Coach Jim Boeheim know that he features his own defense. He knows an awful lot about it. But against Providence, to rally the Orangemen, he has used the man-to-man, and here it forces a turnover.
Jimmy was at the Final Four as an assistant coach with Syracuse. Johnny Wooden's last year when he won the championship.
Cycling finds the open man. Monroe's three.
That's what the three-point play has done for college basketball. When you slough in and a man holds his ground and you throw opposite, it's a very big weapon.
It's 15-9. We have 11:35 first half. The winner will play for the championship Monday night. Our start time Monday is 8 o'clock Eastern time. Donovan bangs in his first field goal of the game. Lead pass to Douglas. He's got Cycley on the left.
Good job by Wright. He actually faked Douglas out by coming towards the ball.
Delray Brooks. That's a two. He was stepping on the line, moving in the air, and pulled the trigger.
Poorest percentage shot in college basketball. If they take that shot 1/2 a step inside the three-point line.
Another turnover. That's 6 by Syracuse. Providence doing what they have done all year. Pressure all over the floor. Traveling, it'll go over. So we are live from the Superdome, the Granddaddy, the grandest dome of them all here in New Orleans. This is the first of our 2 national semifinals. Indiana and Las Vegas will play in the second game, along with Billy Packer, Jim Nance, and James Brown. I'm Brent Musburger. A pleasure to have you along here this afternoon. Both teams shot poorly in the early moments. Syracuse leads it by 2. They are coming up against the Providence pressure.
Hey, Pop Lewis is really good at those double teams.
On those 3.
Great block out by Conlon.
screen is open. Douglas gets back, and Screen scores anyway.
Double team's tough. Conlon coming there to help him Donovan. Almost every time they get the double team, they got one big man and one small one.
On the floor for Providence, Kipfer, Lewis, Donovan, Screen, and Duda. Jacek Duda has returned. Providence has run off 6 straight to tie this game. Douglas gets it back for Syracuse. He's a gutty performer. Not afraid to go in there against anybody. Kipfer battles out Monroe.
He has to be careful with that ball. There it goes again.
Screen almost able to come up with it, but he steps out of bounds directly in front of us.
Sherman Douglas has a great deal of stamina, but he is tired now.
We have a timeout in New Orleans. Brought with him to Providence from the New York Knicks is a play called Power. And here's how Billy Packer would diagram the Providence Power.
In the clutch, Providence will go to power. It's a high screen for Billy Donovan. He'll rub his man off the screen, trying to create a pick and roll. If he can't get that, they go to the shuffle cut. As the man cuts off the shuffle, the defense has to pick up. He can go inside in this particular case, or if the defender goes over there, the ball can go to the side for the three-point play.
In only his second year, Rick Pitino brings the Providence Friars and Billy Donovan into the Final Four. Donovan so far has been held to 2 points, but he has dished out 4 assists. In the early moments of this game, Providence 7 of 18, 39%. Syracuse with the ball, 7 of 15, 47%.
Check something out. Man-to-man defense by Providence is one timeout.
Coleman on the turnaround. Thompson couldn't get the ball to fall, but he will step up to the free throw line. Pitino complaining that it was Thompson who threw his man off. So in the early stages, somewhere would show what Providence has done from the field. The leading scorers, Monroe and Kipfer. Kipfer scored Providence's first 2 field goals.
Here's Stevie Thompson on the line, a very poor free throw shooter. And he hits that one. Jimmy Boeheim figures every one of those are a bonus.
Free throw.
And they go back to the zone. Show the man-to-man one time.
Cycler with that jump hook.
Nice defense by Wright.
Donovan in the middle. Wright gets it up high. Fine shot by Steve Wright. The Wrights, incidentally, are not related.
Here comes that full court press. Good dish off.
Cycler left. And Cycler will come back up to the free throw line.
Now, what Monroe wanted to happen there was to get Wright to commit himself, but Wright really did a great job defensively. Now, we'll see this at the end of the press. Watch Wright, who's the safety man. He goes back into the hole right away. As he gets back there, he fakes, and then he tries to go ahead and get in the way of the passing lane. Did a good job defensively, and that's why Cycler didn't have a lob dunk.
And perhaps our first significant statistic, the 3rd personal foul on Steve Wright, the 6'9" junior. So he will sit down. 16 fouls on Providence at the 8:59 mark, and only 2 on Syracuse. Now, Syracuse normally not a good free throw shooting team. Coleman, though, has fielded a couple of misses, gets the roll, and he'll have a chance to complete the 3-point play.
Brent, this young fella, I think, considered by most, along with J.R. Reed, as the 2 top freshmen in the country this year. There may be some that argue, but without question, he's got All-American caliber play in him. And that's the 2nd time that he's been able to get an offensive rebound off that inside game.
Trish returns. Thompson sits down. In the tournament, Coleman is shooting 85% from the free throw line. Not that bad. Shamsuddin, who checked in, pulls it away. Syracuse only 3 of 7 from the free throw line.
That has been their Achilles heel the last couple of years from the line. They're doing a good job in the man-to-man, putting a lot of pressure, taking away the three-point shooting of Providence, and as well as doing a good job inside.
Kipfer gets inside, Cycling came over, avoided the foul, but Kipfer scored the field goal. They hit Douglas in the open floor. He has Cycling on the left and Monroe trailing.
He thought maybe he could get Monroe for a three-point shot, but Pop Lewis did a good job.
Here's Cycling maneuvering, and Shamsin Dean comes over and stuffs him. Kipfer. Frisch and the Orangemen come down with a 21-19 lead here at the 8-minute mark, first half. Coleman at 6 points.
Dean has to be aware of that left hand because he curled right back in on him.
Donovan inside. Shamsin Dean, and Coleman comes away. Providence continues to be cold from the field. It has been the key story of the first half.
But
Syracuse ball.
I think one of the reasons they've been cold is because Syracuse is playing great man-to-man defense, which may shock Providence a little bit, expecting maybe a little bit more zone. Gotta keep going into cycle. He's got Duda on his back. There is Cycling. Things will happen if they'll get it inside to him.
Douglas, a three. And it goes to Providence. First touched it last. Derek Brower comes in. And Jim Boeheim will give Cycling a rest and perhaps a little bit of a lecture. A familiar sight if he sits down.
Well, Brett, let me explain something. If Ronnie Cycling is not going to touch the ball and he's coming out to get it, then he can't be a factor on the boards. They've got to let him touch it on the inside, or else say, Ronnie, we're not going to give it to you, and then go grab some rebounds, because he's out of position for both right now.
Delray Brooks puts up a three.
A little bit out of range.
Gets it on the inside. Misses the layup. Battle for the loose. And it's Providence's ball.
See Douglas battling for rebounds. He has a tendency to want to go in there. Does a pretty good job on the boards.
Donovan and Wright returning. That's Darrell Wright, number 41.
You know, when you figure all the assists and the outside play on the part of Douglas, he's averaging almost 2.5 rebounds a game. This is zone out of bounds. They go back to their 2-3. Nice pass.
There's Wright and Coleman rebounding with that long reach. Grabbed the ball, pulled it in for Syracuse. 23-19. 6:20 to go here in the first half. So Providence, which featured the three-point play, continues to be cold from outside.
I think that was that arm span discrepancy that Dale Brown talks about regarding Coleman. They listed him 6'10", but he does have those arms of a 7-footer. Nice fake.
Yeah, they open. Coleman's there underneath.
That's no basket. I don't care what the referees call it. You can't throw that ball up in the cylinder and let a man catch it. If you're a coach, you ought to let him know about that.
Brooks off the fake. Bangs one in. He has 4 points here in the first half. They get it back. The three from Brooks not there, and Coleman yanks away another big rebound. So the freshman doing a senior's job on the glass here for Boeheim so far.
Boeheim's able to rest Cycling and keep him out of foul trouble in this one. Rick Pitino, he already has right over there with 3 on him.
Off the glass. And contact underneath. They cut Coleman off that time as he came inside.
Brett, here's what I'm talking about. Now watch this pass go up on the glass. That ball is in the cylinder. You can't touch it up there. Any portion of the ball in the cylinder should be a violation, and yet they're getting away with it time and time again. Bobby Knight, Jerry Tarkanian probably watching this game. I guarantee you they'll put the bug in the referees here for a game if they play against Syracuse.
So the young man from Motown, Billy, breaks quickly. Derek Coleman. He's
The 6'9" freshman, 9 points, 6 rebounds already against Pitino here in the first half. He got more out of 2 for 10 against North Carolina in the East Regional Championship than any player I can remember because he was such a standout rebounder. He didn't shoot that well against the Tar Heels.
Brent, you know, it's funny, the day before when Jimmy Boeheim was giving out assignments and he mentioned Cycli, you'll take J.R. Reed. He said he looked over and Coleman was really upset because he wanted to play J.R.
He wants to play Monday night, too. Now Ronnie Cycli comes back in, and he is 0 of 3 from the field.
The Orange fans like the job that Coleman has done. He's over there with Bernie Fine, the guy that does such a great job working with a big man from Syracuse.
Boeheim knows he's against Pitino and all that depth. He's doing much more juggling of his lineup than he has throughout the tournament. He's giving his men a rest here in the first half. He's up by 6 points. He has 4:50 to go. And Billy the Kid cannot get on track here against Sherman Douglas.
Well, you know that power play we demonstrated, I think that's something that Providence is going to have to go to shake Donovan loose.
There he is getting inside Douglas with a fine move. Couldn't get the shot to fall. And Duda fouls Cycli. They'll come up here and shoot because they are over the limit. And if Syracuse can go to work at the free throw line, they might be able to open up a little daylight. They are 5 of 9 from the line. Now Providence has shot only 2 free throws. Billy, what does that indicate? Some people would say, well, it indicates that the referees are against Providence, but that's not necessarily the case.
No, they're banging the ball inside pretty well. They get good position on the defensive boards, and that's when the fouls have been picked up. You pointed out, Brent, Syracuse from the foul line. They only shoot 65% of the year from the foul line, and they've taken over 200 more free throws than their opponents. So you can imagine if they were up in the mid-70s, what they'd be doing.
And so Duda sit down as Shamsuddin check back in.
Flash shot.
Lauer
Nice fade.
couldn't get the ball to fall, and it's taken away from Cycli, and here come the Flyers. Down by 7. 4:30 first half. Lauer with another good defensive play. Gets it to Stephen Thompson, who comes inside and scores. Rick Pitino uses a timeout. He has fallen behind by 9, and he said, we have got to regroup. From the Goodyear Blimp America, you get an overhead view of Jackson Square here in historical New Orleans. Beautiful outside and all eyes inside focused on Rick Pitino. I asked him yesterday what his players get from him.
I think they experience what love is all about because we give it a great deal of love. I'm not a coach and our players are not players. I'm afraid to tell our guys how much we care for them, and they give the care and love right back. The other thing I'd like them to take with a mentally tough situation that it's real easy to be on cloud 9 when things are going your way. But when your job is not going well and the boss is getting on you, you're mentally tough enough to override that and go on the next day.
So Rick Pitino and the Providence Friars find themselves behind in this semifinal. That personal foul was on Thompson, his first, Syracuse's third, and Screen, another freshman, comes up to the line. Jitters continue to be a problem, in your opinion, here, Billy?
Well, I was really surprised to see Rick Pitino call a timeout and then go to the freshman with a shot that really wasn't very well conceived, although he got away with getting fouled on the play. I thought they set up something specifically for Donovan. That press is still there. 10-second call coming close. Had to be awful close to 10.
There's that lob. Thompson getting up on it.
Thompson, a great leaper inside. He's having a good ball game.
Crenshaw High School in Los Angeles.
And remember, on that 10-second backcourt violation, the clock doesn't stop the 10 seconds until the ball touches somebody in the front court.
Lewis. Loose on the floor. And finally, they signal that they will go to the possession arrow, and that belongs to Syracuse.
Good job by Ronnie Cycli. He's not having a big offensive day, but you'd like to see a big man hustle and go down on the floor for the ball.
Syracuse has built a 10-point lead here on Providence, but remember that twice this year, Providence built leads and Syracuse had to come from behind. Well, not here this afternoon. Syracuse has broken out quickly.
And remember, Brent, Syracuse has done a great job cutting off the three-point play, and that's where Providence can come back, much as people who watch UNLV coming back against Iowa. Nice dribbling by Trish. Jimmy Boeheim getting a big game out of Stevie Thompson. A lot of quality minutes here.
And he has used Brower for quite a few minutes.
Here's the defensive change now. Man-to-man by Donovan.
Cycling.
Here's Howard move, a great defense by Dean.
Syracuse gets it back. Trish misfiring. And referee Rutledge says on the inline it'll go over to Providence.
Now your shot will come and go, but defense is always consistent, and that's what we're seeing right now. Defense is taking away the shot. Normally Trish can make a jumper from that range.
Now Providence has hit only one of its last 10 shots, and they have fallen behind by 10. Donovan's 2 is off, run down by Thompson, and Syracuse dominates a cold shooting Providence team here in the first half.
Nice help by Brower. There's the lock.
Deep with Cycling.
Give credit to Brower, thinking all along. He saw Thompson in trouble, came out to create a passing lane. Really made that play.
First right there with Lewis. They give Kipper the outside shot, and it falls. It was a 2-point shot for Kipper. 8 points here in the first half.
Kipper was a star football player as opposed to basketball in high school. He's doing a nice job here.
Douglas loses it. Donovan can't run it down. Douglas gets it back inside. Jim Boeheim sends in Greg Monroe and Derek Coleman. Meanwhile, for Providence, Jacek Duda and Marty Conlon both return for Coach Pitino.
And both of these teams with 1:55 to go will be looking forward to halftime. This has been a hectic pace, even though the scoring has not been as high as I anticipated.
Duda off the fake.
Duda has limited talent, physical skills, but you see he's been well drilled inside of those post-play moves. Member of the Polish national team.
Junior national team. Yeah. As Lewis makes the turn, and there is Duda, who defected from Bowling to join his family in Rhode Island, following up offensive rebound and a field goal.
Oh, Trish doing a pretty good job helping out with his ball handling, which frees up Douglas to go all the way down court to be on the receiving end as opposed to have to work hard bringing up court. 6:30 a.m. practices have made Providence in pretty good physical shape.
Hammered. Duda came up in.
Cycling got away with a push-off on that play, put Conlon right under the basket.
Well, the second one will match a couple of heavyweights, won't it? Jerry Tarkanian and UNLV against Bob Knight in Indiana. That's our second national semifinal. The Final Four unfolding here in New Orleans, and the winners will meet Monday night to decide it. And speaking of Bob Knight, Delray Brooks, who originally attended Indiana and then transferred to Providence, returns. Knight wrote him a note last fall and wished him well. Bob says he's one of the nicest young men you'd ever want to have around your program, but he just didn't fit in with what we were attempting to do. Delray realized it, and so he opted to transfer to Providence, and he has been sensational this year for Coach Pitino.
Lost a lot of weight, really committed to himself. Doesn't have a lot of great quickness, but fits in very well with this program. Being at the right place at the right time now as opposed to what was his case at Indiana. There was a version of the power play we talked about.
Donovan was looking for the three, and they defended it well, but Lewis gets one off, and it is not there. They're just not shooting well. The freshman Conlon commits an offensive foul. It goes over to Syracuse. Syracuse leads by 10 points, 36-26. They have been the more impressive of the two teams here in the first half. I think really the score pretty much reflects the difference between these two teams. The Friars haven't shot well.
I would agree. You know, a lot of people said, hey, when they finally get to the Final Four, you'll see the three-point play go away with a little bit of tough defense and pressure on the shot. That certainly has been the case for Providence so far. Jimmy Boeheim has really changed things up with his tough man-to-man. I think has thrown Providence way off stride. Looking for 1 3-second difference on the shot clock and the game clock. They will have to shoot the ball.
Chris tracks it down.
Smart move, pass it out, get reset.
Now there are 9 on the shot. Not quite synced up.
Off by 2 seconds.
Monroe's 3. Rattles out into the first half. Syracuse over Providence by 10, 36-26. There's the count here, and Jim Boeheim, the Orangemen, take that lead to the locker room. Jim Nance and James Brown are standing by. We'll return to the Superdome after this message and a word from your local stations.
In the national semifinals, and it's Syracuse with a 10-point lead here at the Superdome at halftime, 36-26. Hello once again, everyone. I'm Jim Nance. You know, in 1982, the Superdome was the site for one of the most memorable championship games ever played. Dean Smith of North Carolina won the national title that night, and his good friend John Thompson of Georgetown was the runner-up. I'm honored to have them both here joining me at halftime. And Coach Smith, first of all, I'd like to know, this is your first time back in the Superdome since that night in 1982. What magical memories come back for you here?
Well, number one, I have a better seat 5 years ago than I do now, but I think it was a great basketball game, and I think I felt sorry for Georgetown because they were just, might have been the best team that night and one of the best teams in the country, and both teams played very well.
Coach Thompson, you've been to the Final Four 3 times here in the 80s, but in 1982, that was your first visit, much like Rick Pitino and Jimmy Boeheim today. What does a coach learn in his first experience at a Final Four?
No, I think that I don't know that there's any particular thing that you learn as much as the fact that you realize that this is big time. This is it. And I think you work for it every year, and you get here, and it's just like being in the circus for the first time when you're a kid. You're extremely excited about it. You have to sort of calm down some.
Since I have two of the top spokesmen for college basketball, let me ask you about a few of the issues that have been raised this year about college basketball. First of all, we have the three-point shot. Coach Thompson, what do you think of it here in the tournament this year?
Well, I started off not liking the three-point shot, to be very honest with you, but as the year went on, I was a little bit more excited about it, but if I had my preference, I would do without the three-point shot.
Coach Smith?
Well, I got to blame, I guess, because I've been a proponent of the three-point shot just because we have a time clock. We need both of them. I think they go together. And if Providence made more three-pointers, it would have been a closer game. I think it's good for the game, and I'm sure it will continue. I don't know at what length.
Well, this is our first tournament with drug testing as well. What are your views on that, Coach Smith?
Well, I'm for the American Constitution, and that's what worries me. When they decide, is it legal, it doesn't violate the right to privacy, then it might be good for athletics.
Coach Thompson?
Well, I personally feel it's an infringement on a person's privacy. I think the spirit of the idea is good, but I think a person should first show cause before he should be tested, because it's an infringement.
I'm pleasantly surprised that it's been a clean tournament so far. No one has tested positive.
I didn't think there's ever been an unclean tournament, really.
Well, how about the first half here? What were your thoughts on that?
Well, you beat these teams 5 games, Coach. Why don't you talk about it?
I think Providence is probably a little colder than they have been most of the year, and Syracuse is playing more man-to-man than I've seen them play in a long time. But, you know, the game is not over yet. You can't get complacent at this point because Providence will use the three-point.
And, you know, Cycli isn't doing what he did against us, but he will. He's a heck of a player. But Coleman's an underrated one. He's a great rebounder and shot blocker.
A strong first half. And any other thoughts on the second half here, Coach Thompson, since you know these teams so well?
No, as I said, I think Syracuse has got to maintain a level of concentration and intensity because the inside guys are very tough, particularly now when Providence is cold. But Providence is capable of coming back because they have excellent three-point shooters and they can get in the game so quickly.
Gentlemen, again, thank you for joining us here at halftime. It's game one of the national semifinals, and right now it's Syracuse with a 10-point lead here at the Superdome. Of course, the second game today is UNLV and Indiana. We'll come back with a report on the women's championship tournament in just a moment.
Thank you, Ryan. Capture the drama and excitement of the 1987 NCAA Final Four in New Orleans by ordering the official souvenir program. It's the most watched event in college sports, and the official program captures all the Final Four's magic moments. The 1987 official program has colorful features, sparkling photos, and up-to-date information on all 4 teams. Order your copy by sending $7 to 1987 Final Four program, P.O. Box 1987A, Lexington, Kentucky 40593, 1987. Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
My years at Williams were very exciting years for me. They were very, I think, considering it was only a 4-year period, I went through as many changes as I probably ever have. When I went to college, I remember telling my freshman roommate that one of my major goals in life would be to be on the cover of Sports Illustrated, which he just couldn't comprehend. I can hardly believe I said it myself now, but that was how I felt at that time. I had to change my goals after all my injuries and dropped out of athletics, which had been so important. I was very grateful that Williams could launch me the rest of the way and give me the basis for a good career. It certainly gave me something that would carry me beyond athletics, which was a good thing since the athletics ended up sort of burning out in injury. College very much did that for me, set me up for the rest of my life.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
We're back at the Superdome in New Orleans. Syracuse leading Providence by 10. Providence, the most prolific three-point shooting team in the country this year. 1 out of 9 from three-point land in the first half. Now, to get you up to date on the TPC Championship, where they've been plagued by rain, Marco Mira is the current leader. He's on the 10th hole. This is third-round scores here. Scott Simpson just a shot back. Sandy Lyle and Jeff Sluman are just 3 back. And we'll have final round coverage, of course, here tomorrow on CBS Sports. You know, last night the women's Final Four got underway in Austin, Texas, and there was a major upset. Our Tim Brandt has that story.
The Final Four had special significance even before the opening tap. More than 16,000 fans packed into the Irwin Center here on the campus of the University of Texas in Austin. It is the largest crowd to ever witness an NCAA women's tournament basketball game. The first semifinal matchup focused in on the University of Tennessee Volunteers against the 49ers of Long Beach State. Long Beach State's Joan Bonvicini couldn't believe her eyes. Tennessee shot only 35% in the first half, but the Lady Volunteers controlled the boards, and that helped keep them in the ball game. Cindy Brown helped put Long Beach ahead by 2 at the half, but it wasn't enough. For Pat Summitt's squad has experience in the Final Four, and in the end, they pulled ahead to stay, thanks to Bridget Gordon's 21 points and some clutch foul shooting down the stretch. So Tennessee now advances to the final.
I really felt like our team got on track. I thought second half, game could have gone either way.
Playing at home, the game was expected to go Texas way, but it was not to be. For Louisiana Tech came out determined, took the lead early on and never surrendered it. A little blood did not stop Texas' Andrea Lloyd. In fact, the defending national champions never stopped trying. The Lady Longhorns came from behind, followed up a missed free throw with a tip-in basket, and the game was tied at 54. Louisiana Tech was rightly concerned, but it seemed every time Texas threatened, Teresa Weatherspoon was there to make the steal in the bucket to keep the Lady Texters ahead. Still, it did get tense at the end. Texas had a chance to tie it with 39 seconds remaining, but Tori Harrison would block Larissa Davis's shot to preserve the win. Louisiana Tech now moves on to play Tennessee for the national championship.
Tennessee is playoff tough, but this is where we want to be. Our goal was to get to the Final Four, but we're not satisfied with being here. We want to win it.
And you'll see that women's championship game tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern, Tennessee and Louisiana Tech. Incidentally, these two met once during the regular season. Louisiana Tech won on its home floor. All right, James Brown is standing by right now at the Providence locker room. James, what's going on over there?
All right, Jim, you know, we talked at the top of the show about the probable depth perception problems that the Providence squad might experience. You mentioned they're only 1 of 9 from three-point range, and you got to think that might possibly be a problem. The Providence team just went out onto the court. I asked Coach Rick Pitino, is that a problem? He says, JB, it definitely is something. However, Providence has to feel good. They're only down by 10. Neither team is taking complete control. Providence can get back into it quickly. Back to you, Jim.
All right, thank you, James. And a 10-point lead for Syracuse as we get set now for second half action. We'll get it back to Brent and Billy after this message and a word from your local stations.
That's a Nissan Hardbody. It's got everything. It's his. It's got the big V6. Don't touch it. Never seen bigger tires. Don't kick them. Rides high. That's some
Get 3.9% factory-sponsored financing or up to $800 cash back.
Eric, smile!
Eric, smile. Eric, wave to Daddy. Phooey. Since they got that little RCA camcorder, I get no peace. It's so easy. He takes it everywhere. Dad. Oh well, I guess someday I'll look back at this and laugh.
Finally, a VHS camcorder so small, so simple, it doesn't miss a thing. RCA's new Small Wonder VHS. It just might be the world's easiest from RCA.
Wow, channels like a dream. No one builds a boat like you.
I should hope so. Been my life.
My whole life, you've been a heck of a father.
Don't embarrass me.
Yes, sir. Master craftsman, first-class father, and a financial genius.
Hey, wait. Financial genius or not?
Very few of us are. Most people need advice. We can help. At New York Life, we have the resources to make the most of your resources. We offer a range of financial opportunities, including mutual funds, pensions, and limited partnerships. Don't settle for less than you deserve. Get the most out of life with New York Life.
This is CBS.
Мы в последних секундах 310 игр статуи Liberty. It's almost over, and the Russians are winning. The 310th annual Statue of Liberty Challenge. Bad news for the Americans who kept the statue home for the last 74 years. Wait! The Americans have got position! Petrovich and Igor are tagged out! What a comeback! I've never seen anything like it! We may keep the statue home after all. It's a miracle! Only 2 players left! Greg Borisovich and Greg! It's 1-on-1!
Laser tag. Practice hard, America.
We've taken care of everything, and of course that's...
The people at Titus will not only make you feel number one, they honestly believe you are.
CBS Sports coverage of the NCAA Basketball Championship is sponsored by Bud Light. Everything else is just a light. The heartbeat of America, today's Chevrolet. And by Mr. Goodwrench. No one knows your GM car better than Mr. Goodwrench. No one.
We are live from the Superdome here in New Orleans. Syracuse with a 10-point lead. All the numbers have favored the Orangemen so far, especially Billy Packer, the shooting statistics in this game.
Well, they really have, and I think a lot of that can be attributable not only to a little bit of the cold start on Providence standpoint, but the fact that Syracuse came out with tight man-to-man, and they've really defended the three-point play very well.
Now, free throws, Syracuse been getting to the line, and they have scored 7 more points there. They also have out-rebounded Providence in the first half by a margin of +7. The leading scorers, well, it is the freshman Coleman with 10 points and Kipper for Providence with 8. As for Billy Donovan, he is struggling here. 1 of 6. Another starter, Hop Lewis, is 0 of 6. Now, this is a team that has hit 53.4% from the field in 4 NCAA games until today. Billy, what can they do to start shooting a little bit better?
Well, I'd be surprised the first time down the court if we don't see Providence set up a play where they start getting some solid screens for Billy Donovan to open things up. Because playing head-on-head in a man-to-man defense, Syracuse has been able to stay not only with Donovan, but to stay with their men. The difference between Georgetown, let's say, and Syracuse, both Cycli and Coleman can play their men man-to-man without any help inside. And that means that the 3 fellas outside defensively can stick with Lewis, Brooks, and Donovan. Let's see if we see some solid screens here.
The game is being delayed while they reset the clock to 20 minutes and is zeroed up on the giant scoreboards here at the Superdome, so they have to wait until they hit 20. We talked about Coleman and his quick start. He is 4 for 5 from the field in this game, and he is 2 of 3 from the free throw line.
And Brady is just looking over here and smiling. That's what you want on a team. You want balance. Freshmen who say, hey, this is no big deal, and a senior who calms them down a little bit.
You also have to be careful, though, that you don't smile too early. You know, Patino now brings the Providence team over. There is a chance when you build a lead, I would suspect, isn't there, Billy, that you might let down in a situation like this?
Exactly, and that's why I say that balance. You know, guys realize, the senior realize, hey, this is my last go-round. A freshman thinking that, you know, the world's just a big bowl of cherries. And that balance sometimes is hard to maintain. You look at Howard Trish, there's no smile on his face. He's worked all his life to get here. He knows he'll never come back as a player.
Well, the clock is ready. 20 minutes now for Providence to get back in this one. They trail it by 10, 36-26. Providence attacking in their dark road uniforms. Inside, Kipper couldn't get it out. Good inside defense by this Syracuse team. Something they featured against the Tar Heels.
You can see that Rick Pitino decided to go inside as his strategy. I think he's got to go outside and get Donovan open. There's that 2-3 matchup zone.
Lewis leaning on Coleman. Comes across and they go to Cycley on the turnaround.
Good patience by Syracuse, not to force anything. There's the screen by Duda.
Donovan's 3 on the money. His first 3 of the game.
There's the solid screen, gets Donovan open. So Douglas right out of the defense.
And that defensive pressure which can trigger a run. When you can shoot the threes, you can blaze away on a run. Trish missing, but a little man underneath. Sherman Douglas with an offensive rebound and a field goal.
Brent, the most underrated guard in the country. Probably this year has played better than any point guard in America.
Lewis misses the 3. Now he's 0 for 7. Run down by your man Douglas, and he brings it up here for the Hornets.
It was supposed to be a big hole for Syracuse when the Pearl Washington moved on. But I'm not so sure Douglas isn't a better player right now. This is what's tough for Providence. Now, they're not a good man-to-man half-court team. So Syracuse can use some clock and try to pick them apart. Go inside and then back out.
Coleman on the turnaround. Doing rebounding for the Friars. He went inside with that quick step and missed Monroe.
And that was a playground play by Douglas, but he pushed Donovan down on the hip that time as he was up in the air. Subtle play. This guy is street smart.
Knocked away. Just runs it down.
Push off.
Monroe goes inside to Cycley, but the Friars were ready defensively. Bush comes away, and he's fouled by Douglas. That's his first personal foul. Syracuse committed only 3 fouls in the first half, and would you believe it? None on Cycley. Now here's a young man who fouled out of 19 games as a freshman and a sophomore, and he played the first half of his initial Final Four appearance without a single foul. As Steve Wright checks in, he'll be challenging Cycley underneath.
Wright had 3 fouls in that first half, so it was not very effective.
Kipper, and Coleman was there again defensively. Across to Monroe, who will shoot the 3.
Great cross-court skip pass by Syracuse, and Monroe knows how to post up over there in that 3-point range. Straight man-to-man by Syracuse. They've used it the whole game except in out-of-bounds situations.
Right, but no, he traveled before he pulled the trigger. Well, at the conclusion of this Final Four game, Billy and I will select a Chevrolet Most Valuable Player of the Game from each team, and Chevrolet will donate a $1,000 scholarship to the General Scholarship Fund to both Providence and Syracuse. That's Darrell Wright, 41, who is back, and Marty Conlon, 30. The freshman out of Bronxville also checks in for Providence.
Well, Patino's showing confidence in that bench. Syracuse bench played a great first half, I thought, too. Brower was excellent in there. Even though he's not big in the statistics, he did a fine job for him. Oh, good pull-up by Coleman.
Monroe's 3. Trish hits it. Providence ball. At the 16:42 mark, it's 43-29. It'll be uphill against Jim Boeheim for this Providence team. Billy, the more you see the Syracuse team, the more you have to respect them. They play awfully well as a group.
There's a rub off for Donovan. Just not letting him get any shots off outside.
Right out there defensively. Here comes Monroe. They come out of the back.
They say it's tough to beat a team 3 times, but this Syracuse club we're seeing today is a lot better club than Providence saw earlier in the year.
Slightly cold this afternoon. That may be the biggest negative. It's 2 of 7. Steal by Coleman.
Oh, he dropped his shirt.
And then Conlon fouls him, and Coleman gives him a dirty look, and immediately the referee steps in.
Now let's see if they're going to call that 2. Let's see if they're going to call this
deliberate as you can find.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be a two-shot foul.
And Coleman says, hey, man, you can't do that to me.
It's intentional. Got to be two.
He missed the field with the Fridge. Scored his touchdown in the Super Bowl. Perry hit one down here.
Is that
he did? Yeah. Kipper checks back in.
Well, I hope the Fridge is watching his weight.
Yeah, he needs to shed a few pounds like several of these Providence players. They should send him out to work out with Rick Pitino's basketball team for a while.
As an example, Donovan, that was what made him. He lost about 25 pounds over the course of the summer. It's amazing in regard to that kid. He only averaged 12 minutes a game as a sophomore, 3.2 points per game. What a turnaround.
Boy, they've rebounded well on missed free throws. That's Trish. Now, one of the reasons you're seeing that is the rims are very hard here in the Superdome, and the ball comes out a little bit further than it normally would in many arenas. You're going to see some long rebounds before this Final Four is over. Reaching in, and a foul goes against Monroe.
Now that's kind of surprising that Monroe would go in there because Cycli and Coleman have completely shut down the inside game without help from the outside, and that's what made Syracuse effective. Here's another guy who had a great first half, Stevie Thompson. Solid game by Monroe. A big barrel chest.
They trap right in the corner.
Bad place to throw the ball.
Kipper moves it. Great ball movement to right and traveled underneath. The 8th turnover here by Providence, and they're not being effective inside as they were against Georgetown. Why is that, Billy?
Well, two reasons. I think John Thompson said, I'm not going to let them get the three-pointers, and he had no help on the inside at all. But today, Cycli and Coleman are just too good inside man-to-man for the Providence big people.
Now, that was the coldest half Providence has had all season long, and they stay cold as we start the second half. Cycli.
He's a little too fired up.
And Trish missing. Cycli again underneath. Chance for the three-pointer, and that is going to be the 4th foul on Wright.
Cycli and Coleman just too much for Providence inside. And remember, we've got a freshman. Here we'll see Cycli going up. That's a push, but Cycli just too strong. And Wright just behind him can do nothing. Good job by Ronnie Cycli.
Rick Pitino has used another timeout. We'll be right back.
Bartender? Yeah. Give me a light.
A light?
Yeah.
Why, sure. Oh, my bad.
No, a Bud Light.
If you want the great taste of Bud Light, ask for it.
Bartender. Yes? Give me a, let's see, give me a Bud Light.
Everything else is just a light.
Nice call. Thanks.
Listen to the heartbeat of America. Listen to the heartbeat of America.
Feel it in a 350 V8 Chevy with the most available power of any half-ton pickup. Nothing works like a Chevy truck.
The heartbeat of America. That's today's Chevy truck.
79 Cadillac Fleetwood, 83 Buick Riviera,
Mr. Goodwrench has the parts.
Pontiac Fiero GT,
Parts for virtually every GM car on the road today.
Olds Cutlass Cruiser,
Genuine GM parts, the kind GM cars were designed to use.
GMC Jimmy 4x4,
So if your GM car is worth taking care of,
69 Z28 Camaro.
take it to Mr. Goodwrench. No one knows your GM car better. No one.
A note about the neighborhood. Starting Saturday, April 11th, the hammer comes down on a new night at 8, 7 Central and Mountain. Next time I'll knock.
If you want a good time, you go to Bourbon Street in New Orleans, and as you can see, it's much quieter than it frequently is down there. A lot of folks here in New Orleans, either here at the Superdome or watching the game on television. Ronnie Cycli of Syracuse at the free throw line. Providence has scored only 3 points in nearly 5 minutes of the second half, so their shooting problems continue.
Cycli was the MVP, or the most outstanding player in the Eastern Regional, as was Donovan, the most outstanding player in the Southeast Regional. That man-to-man continues.
Screen to the left hand, fouled on the penetration.
And that's the first on cycling.
Interesting, Brett. That's the second time today Patino has called a timeout and set up a play in which Screen was the man that took the shot. Rick Pitino had a trip set to Disneyland for his family for this week, planned some time ago. But he didn't expect this nightmare here today. His club just has been not able to get it off the ground on the offense.
Now the pressure, and it'll have to be defense if they're going to trigger a run. Screen reaching in on Thompson, committed the personal foul. 2 team fouls against Providence and 3 against Syracuse here in the second half. Billy, you know, I suppose in looking for excuses, people might say, oh, it's the shooting background, the dome is too vast. But let me tell you, I've seen some great performances in basketball here. That's Georgetown, North Carolina. You could have shot any better than that.
They thought he was trying to go for that lob against, and that time. Oh, we got a reach up here.
Delray Brooks and Douglas going at it.
I mean, we're seeing some fists thrown there. And
now, Delray and Douglas are not down on the ground.
I tell you, that one exploded.
That's Duda being restrained.
Normally, Brent, when a fist is thrown like that, somebody goes, but it happens so quickly, I don't think the referees are going to throw somebody out.
Patino furious out there arguing with one of the officials. Let's take a look at how it happened inside here.
No, it really takes place outside, going for the ball. And it's going between Delray and Sherman Douglas.
Now Duda stepped in there, and Coleman and Kipfer came in behind Coleman and wrestled him down. It was Coleman and Kipfer who were wrestled to the ground, but the 2 who started it are off to the right.
Great job by the official there to grab Duda and pull him out of the play.
Now Coleman and Kipfer are separated.
Nice
Howard
job by
shaking hands here with Delray Brooks. So it was instigated by 2 of the guards, and then the big fellas had to continue the action. Now Cycli is one of the big fellas underneath. I think he's looking like a peacemaker there. Take still another view of it from an overhead and see if you can watch Douglas and Brooks get it on, because that's what starts it. And you can see Brooks is trying to yank free of Douglas, who had him wrapped up.
The guy who really was out of line there was Derek Coleman, who threw that punch. He comes from the backside. I think everything could have been settled down. Now watch this.
Watch Coleman. There's the arm. See Coleman coming behind.
And there's Kipfer, who came from behind him.
Comes up behind Coleman. So I think Patino was probably saying Coleman is the one who should be tossed out of this game.
I think if it hadn't happened so quickly and it was not one of those things that looked like it was premeditated, it just all of a sudden came out of one little altercation. And so we've got everybody still playing, nobody thrown out. And here's where referees really have to be on guard for off-the-ball action.
So it explodes here, the 14:58 mark of the second half. Syracuse leading 49-31. Will this ignite Providence? Duda and Cycli fouled him, and quickly Monty Cycli picks up 2 fouls. And Derek Brar will check in for Boeheim.
They're listing that as his 3rd foul. I thought that was his 2nd. Is his 3rd?
They're saying now that it is his 3rd personal.
Remember, the 3-point play has not been a factor yet.
Loose. Douglas runs it down on the move. Dishes off to Thompson. And the foul on Lewis.
You know, it's really great to go down on a 2-on-1 break if you're Sherman Douglas and know you have a Stevie Thompson who can catch the ball well on the break and then has that great leaping ability to be able to go up inside against anybody and get the shot off. It's a good finisher on the break.
Trish was fouled. Delray
Delray Brooks committed to personal.
You can see the officials are not letting any hand checking take place here at all. Trying to get this game under control in a hurry.
His first team spit.
Trish maneuvers inside. Offensive foul.
Good call.
Paul Galvin's got Trish for offense. And now Douglas may have picked up a technical. They may have whistled a technical on Sherman Douglas coming out of there. He said something to Galvin, and they called the tee.
Not a wise move. And here's Trish. He actually made up his mind to go inside regardless of what the defense was doing. Good job by Duda to hold his ground. Without question, a good call by the official. Looks like Syracuse has lost a little composure here, Brent, as opposed to Providence. They're up 18. No need to get shook up.
Donovan will shoot the technical. He is at the line. Now Syracuse has committed 5 team fouls, as has Providence here with 14:32 to go.
You know, I watched the original drill in the practice the other day for Syracuse, and what it was is working hard to prevent the three-point shot. And it really is paying off today. They're going to have to figure out a way to get Donovan open to shoot some.
Screens 3.
There we go, first one of the day. Some hand checking on Douglas.
He breaks free.
Going nowhere, another charge. They lost their cool. Jimmy Boeheim may have to call a timeout here, Brent, just to get his club calmed down. Douglas is letting his head get away with it.
Lonnie Cycli and Stephen Thompson will check in. And Douglas sits down. And Coach Boeheim calming him down over there on the bench. A little bit out of control here in the last couple of minutes. Donovan wanted Duda out of bounds. So we're along with Billy Packer. I'm Brent Musburger here at the Superdome. And after this Providence-Syracuse game, it will be in Indiana and UNLV. And the foul going against Providence. Reaching in was Lewis, his second.
Ronnie Cycli almost was frozen in cement there as that loose ball was on the floor. He was lucky to get himself fouled.
Team 6.
A real good move by Jimmy Boeheim to take Douglas out of the game, let him sit over here for a couple of minutes. Didn't waste the timeout. But he did get an opportunity to cool a man down.
Now, Syracuse has not scored since the fight. Providence has scored all 4 points here so far.
Cycli ought to pick that ball up, look to pass to somebody. Smart move. Here's what's tough for Providence, Brent. They are a zone team. They're going to have to go at some point, but they switched to man-to-man. Go man-to-man to force some tempo here. Nice move by Rich Pitino.
Monroe, after a couple of fakes, is short. Providence again trying to get it going.
13 minutes, a lot of time, particularly with a three-point shooting club.
Thompson taking Donovan for the screen, and Donovan goes off inside to Duda, who missed it, coming to the glass.
Great defense by Ronnie Cycli, not to come down with a chop. That could have been his fourth. Let's see if they're going to pick up man-to-man again. See, they show the zone, and Syracuse thought they were in the zone, and a little movement, you see they're man-to-man.
Thompson and Donovan bang, no basket. Foul goes against Donovan.
It's the best game I've seen Stevie Thompson play in some time. He's been real positive on the offense.
Delray Brooks checks in, and Douglas soon will come back for Syracuse.
You know, when Douglas is taken out, he loves to play so much that he really stares Jimmy Boeheim down. That may be the only thing he has yet to learn to prevent that's preventing him from being just an absolute super guard. He's got to calm down a little bit when he gets angry. He almost gets stubborn.
Everything on the free throw.
Thompson, not a good free throw.
But not that bad.
No.
Not bad.
There you see, he pulls his hand back on it. Watch how he pulls his hand back all the time.
It's like he wanted to hold it back on a string.
Yep. Just doesn't have a good smooth stroke.
Here's the three from Lewis. He can't get it going, and Duda bangs into Douglas and commits his third.
You know, Douglas, DC player of the year, as a matter of fact, wanted to go to Georgetown, didn't get a look there. Then he goes up to Syracuse and looks like he's going to be maybe a fill-in guard, maybe a role player over his career. Has now blossomed into a truly superstar. It's a young Syracuse team. I'll say that before. That interior there was Cycli and Coleman. You've got a freshman and a junior. Douglas is just a sophomore. Stevie Thompson just a freshman.
Providence comes away. Now Lewis in the tournament was 11 for 29 with the threes as Del Rey is still short. Today, Lewis is 0 of 6. They continue to struggle. They are 3 of 14 in shooting threes. Now here comes Donovan. Brooks and Douglas got a hand on it. So if you joined us late, a summary of this Final Four game would look like this. Syracuse 42% of the field, and Providence continues to have difficulty with the threes. Ronnie Cycli of the Orangemen has scored 12 points here this afternoon. He has averaged better than 20. And finally, a three falls for Brooks.
Well, Del Rey has been shooting that three a couple of steps too far. Good defense that time by Pop Lewis, and Jimmy Boeheim says that's enough, I'm taking the time.
So Boeheim uses the timeout at the 12:03 mark. 49-38.
Good luck.
Thanks.
You're not just another face along the way to another place.
Sorry, can't use them.
Maybe next year.
Don't need them. Great lunch.
You're the pride of United's friendly skies.
Dinner?
Oh, not just now.
Rough day, huh?
Twice that.
Hey, tomorrow's another day.
We should have been here yesterday. No, not right for us.
Got so many ways to fly ya.
Well, maybe
when
I can do
United's
something better.
standing by ya.
Can you help out a dead battery at ATV?
Sure. Got nothing to add up anyway. Tough trip, huh? What business you in?
You're not just flying, you're flying the friendly skies.
Are you sure you can get $350 million out to me by the 1st?
You're not just
How was the trip?
flying,
Not bad.
you're flying the friendly skies.
The game Monopoly has come to life at McDonald's. Win the DOT, Coca-Cola, or $1 million. Collect St. Charles Place, States and Virginia Avenues, and win a dream vacation. Collect these for a $250,000 home. Hello, over $40 million in cash and prizes. Collect the right game pieces only instantly. So play Monopoly. Do not pass go. Go directly to McDonald's.
The effectiveness of that press, bro.
Now, Howard Trish, who you see right here, has done a good job all day helping out on the press. But watch the great movement coming from the side over here on Trish. And then Donovan fakes towards the ball side and goes back and cuts off the passing lane. Howard Trish will jump up into the air, and Donovan, by cutting it off, prevents the pass from being made. See Donovan moving over? Great defense by Providence. And that's what's the trouble when you don't have your guard back there to handle the ball.
Billy, Syracuse has not scored since that fight broke out. It was 49-31. Providence has scored 7 points since that incident. And they've ignited the fires a little bit. This ball, a running shot by Del Rey Brooks. 9 points for Brooks. Loose. Douglas banged down the floor hard. And that's 15 turnovers for Syracuse in this game. And Providence closes to within 9 points.
Remember what Patino said before the game, we've got to score in order to get in our press. They've been scoring of late. That makes the press effective because they can always set up. This reminds you a little bit of the Iowa-Vegas game. Comes the weave.
On the turnover, Monroe busts out. Douglas is on his right. Nice feed, and there's a foul away from the ball.
Big play here. Are they going to count the basket plus give 2 shots? This could be a 4-point play. He may say that the foul took place before the basket, which just means 2 shots for Monroe, but otherwise, let's see if he's going to count. Big call here. Great steal. You're going to see Dunn is going to foul Monroe, which is going to be a 2-shot foul right there. Yeah, he fouled before the basket. The basket should not count.
Shooting 2, number 11, Greg Monroe.
Now they're going to count that field goal up on the scoreboard. And this is how Patino reacted.
I would agree with Patino on this one. The foul was committed before the shot was released. Therefore, that shot should not count.
It's a 3-point play in total. It's 52-40 here at the 11:30 mark.
Donovan sees the whole floor. The way he looks straight ahead, he can make a pass to anybody. He visualizes where all 4 teammates are. Out of range.
3 way off the mark, and Douglas comes out.
Oh, what a move.
Trish to Coleman. And Coleman fouled by Brooks.
Did you see where Douglas pushed that ball all the way across court and went and chased it down? Normally you'd say a guy's totally out of control, but he sees the court well.
Conlo returns for Providence. Providence had closed to within 9. Now they're down by 12. And Coleman at the line to shoot a pair of free throws. Both teams over the limit. 11:10 to go.
Greg, the momentum swing on that one steal is amazing. As you pointed out, Syracuse had not scored a field goal from the time the fight had taken place.
It'll go off Trish's hands, and so it's over to Providence.
We still haven't run a lot of screens for Donovan. It really surprises me.
Wright gets inside, off balance. Screen comes away. Gets into Wright, and now it's Conlon underneath. Aggressive boarding by Providence.
Trish just didn't block out. Dangerous pass cross court in front of that basket.
Time left here, though. 11-point lead in 10:23.
I think Syracuse has to start going back inside again now that Providence. There it is to Cycling. Good move. Go back inside now that Providence is man-to-man. Force them to play Cycling and Coleman on the inside.
Do that.
And you can see likewise Syracuse are trying to get Cycling, get him out of there in foul trouble.
Pass to Trish. Gets it back to Douglas.
Big fundamental catch and a jump stop on that play. That's why Trish didn't walk.
Contact as Douglas and Wright collide. And they'll be shooting 1-1. Douglas will have a 1-1 with Derek Brower and Stephen Thompson. Checking back here for the Orange Men at the 9:36 mark. Since this game began, Jim Boeheim using his bench more than he normally has in the tournament, realizing that against Rick Pitino, a man he knows so well, that he will be up against a team that goes 10 deep, with Ernie Lewis, 23, coming back, and number 15, David Kipfer.
Brent, I think that Providence has one more run because I sense Douglas is getting a little tired out there right now. He's been forced all day. There's two, he misses the foul, bad on the jumper. Getting a little tired, and that's what Pitino wants. Maybe just to wear this club down. Still a lot of time to go.
Douglas has pulled down 8 rebounds in this game so far for Syracuse.
Foul is charged, number 15.
Not unusual. I said he's averaging almost 3 a game on the season. Just a tough kid. He you can't believe he missed those two. We can look up at that rim. You don't want to give a guy with this kind of heart a couple of chances. Off to the right and short.
Screen gives it to Duda. Coleman has been strong defensively. Here comes Douglas. Beautiful to Thompson. Threaded the needle with the pass.
Again, you like to have a finisher on a break. Amazed how well Thompson's catching the ball. He had all that tape on his hand in practice. He's taken it off and shedded it for the game and still has a good presence to catch it.
Knocked away by Brower. Donovan's three.
Push off.
Duda's offensive rebound, and Brower is charged with his first personal.
Brower doesn't have a point yet today, does he? He's played in the first half. Brower and Stevie Thompson came in and played 19 minutes. So although Boeheim hasn't gone to his bench, he's really gotten quality minutes out of Brower, who, like I said, hasn't scored a point, but has been effective. Told Douglas to pass and go through. He wants to see what the defense is. Don't think Douglas saw him.
They like to force the turnover. Here's screen. Donovan's on his right. Screen didn't see him in time, and he took it for the layup anyway. Scored and drew the foul. That's 3 personals on Douglas.
As I said, I think Douglas is getting a little tired both mentally and physically out there on the floor right now. Now, Jimmy Boeheim was calling for a set play, but he couldn't tell whether Providence was in their zone or really playing a man-to-man. He wanted Douglas to pass and go through to see the defense, but it was too late.
Big difference at the line. A 9-point edge for Syracuse. They lead the game 58-46 with Howard Trish, one of the co-captains, replacing the other co-captain, Greg Monroe. A screen with 11 points for the Friars this afternoon. He's hit 4 free throws. Good pass to Trish.
And who gets the rebound?
Underneath, and it's knocked away. And Friars will come out. Conlon's pass overled his man and Trish, but there is a personal foul, and it's going to go against Coleman. The winner of this game Monday night at 8 Eastern time will play the winner of our upcoming contest between UNLV and Indiana. That's still ahead of us this afternoon. The Shark goes against the General. UNLV, Indiana next.
For Providence, number 20, Providence Green, shooting 1-1.
Do you get the feeling, Brent, that there's a little momentum going here?
Well, I've had it ever since the fight. Really, I think they turned on Coleman because he came in and threw a bit of a sneak punch, and I think that fired the Friars up a little bit.
A real key coming into the game to me right now is going to be Ronnie Cycli. And if you're Syracuse, you want to get the ball to him for the next couple of minutes. Force Providence to try to stop him inside and loosen things up. Douglas trying to do too much outside.
Here's Monroe. Foul is called against Providence again.
I think that's Wright's 5th.
So they lose their first player because of 5. Duda comes in, and Steve Wright leaves.
Wright, of course, has played very, very well. Had a big game against Georgetown and had played well against Syracuse, but could do nothing here today. 2 points.
Really, what about Rick Pitino's work ethic? This team has worked so hard all year long. How will that work in his advantage now, digging uphill with 8 minutes to go?
Well, I think he's a believer in what he's doing, and of course he's gotten his team to do likewise. They're in great physical condition. They're not going to back down at all. He's got the bench, so he's used the bench, and the players out there are much fresher than the Syracuse players. So I think Syracuse is going to have to go ahead and dig way down to hang on to this lead. Even though it looks comfortable at this moment.
It is 11, and now we go inside of 8. Donovan. Cycling dribbles out with a strong offensive rebound, waits for help, and Douglas quickly arrives, and here's Trish.
Now they've got Providence in a man-to-man. Here's what Boeheim wants.
Lewis comes out, but the ball went out of bounds. Trish is called for a personal foul. Boeheim can't believe the call over here on the far side. I thought the ball just been knocked out of bounds.
There's a case where the entry pass on into the forward is just a little bit too long, which played into the hands of Pop Lewis, who's quicker than Trish. And what it does, too, Brennan, sets up if he can make this. Now, see, there's what he was talking about. Great call by the ref. Trish using his hands to keep Lewis away. If he can make this free throw, these free throws, now they can be back in the press again.
He's had a tough day. Every shooting, there's his first point of the afternoon for Pop Lewis. He's a senior at Germantown High School in Philadelphia, and he will struggle here this afternoon.
Hit the shot that beats Georgetown at the last buzzer. Also hit the free throw to beat St. John's. Break that big streak of home wins.
Back to 10. They lead Trish. Knocked away by Screen, who came in. Trish had an eye on the big fella, Duda, coming over. And Screen slipped around and picked his pocket. You gotta like this freshman guard, don't you?
I think Patino was right. Said that in my particular case, I didn't give Screen enough credit for that game against Georgetown in the Big East, that they missed him so much coming off the bench. You can see why.
Away from Cycling. Loose, and Douglas comes up with it again. Here's Monroe.
Providence just shutting everything off in the inside.
Keeping it outside. Screen had a hand on that one.
Had a hand on Douglas's hand, I thought. No foul called.
Now Douglas comes down with a switch off, and here's Cycling. Trish cleans up.
If it goes, yes.
Big moment in the game for Syracuse. Providence attempting to mount a rally here in the final 7 minutes, and Trish gets one to fall, and he can complete the three-point play here for Boeheim with the free throw. David Kipfer and Delray Brooks into the game. On the floor, Kipfer, Brooks, Donovan, Duda, and Lewis for Patino. Syracuse is starting 5 out there. 63-51 at the 6:55 mark.
Here's that good rub-off play for Donovan.
Donovan's 2 is short. Run down by Monroe.
Coleman almost made the big mistake. He was out there, and Donovan pulled away, and then realized, hey, the most dangerous guy on the floor is the man with the ball. His long arms paid him well there. Little spread out. They want Providence in the man-to-man. Who was the assistant coach to go up against the head man. Down to 6.
Loose on the floor. Providence comes up with it.
A strange strategy with 6 minutes to go. Up 12, playing pretty well.
Donovan with the ball is struggling. He's only 2 of 11. Now Lewis swings inside.
1 for 9.
10, 63-53, 5:26. Monroe inside.
Great pass off the dribble by Douglas. That one had to break Patino's back right there to give up an easy field goal.
He's almost got a beautiful layup to fall. Now you have to believe that the Syracuse team is going to get a shot at a national championship. They've got one in hand here, no doubt about it. They have held off this burst by Providence. They've got it down toward the 440 mark, up 65 to 53.
But with the clock, Brent, that ball was touched. Why is Coleman not going after it?
Syracuse ball.
Coleman thought if he touched it, it would be back court.
Wait a minute. Paul Galvin came over. We have a change on this call. Take a look at this, Billy.
See, Kipfer got a little piece of that ball, which meant that it was a free for Coleman to go back and pick it up. He must have thought that it would have been back court. He fouls Kipfer.
Now, Galvin came over and changed the call. The referee came in and changed this call, and the foul is going to go against Coleman. That's his third.
But think about the play there if you're Coleman. Even if the ball is backcourt, you should go over, run down, pick up the ball, because what can happen is you could trip and give Providence an easy play. So he really should have gone after the ball, not worried about what Kipfer was doing.
Get up, baby!
Makes no sense. He grabs the rebound anyway, huh? Semi-delay here by Syracuse. Exchanges. 5 seconds. Is that what they call it, or timeout?
No, we got a timeout.
Oh, okay.
It's been called by Jimmy Boeheim to Syracuse. 18 seconds on the shot clock when you come back.
When a family moves, State Farm is there.
I'm State Farm agent Bob Scutina. This family, the Nilsons, just moved into town. They said it took them a while to find a new doctor and a new dentist, but finding a new insurance agent was easy. They liked the way their State Farm agent back in Montana handled all their family insurance, so all they had to do was look for this sign. And you could find one almost anywhere.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
We'll announce the final cuts after tomorrow's practice.
I can speak in that land, I think.
You gotta start hitting from out there, Harris.
Oh, I need a drink of cool rain.
The way to stay cool is clear.
7-Up feels so good coming down. Rain on me. 7-Up, yeah.
Sunday night, Leslie Nielsen guests when a treasure leads to romance for Jess.
This old friend of yours could turn out to be a cold-blooded killer.
Murder, she wrote.
Championship, a couple of long shots came through in the semis. Tennessee will play Louisiana Tech, and then we will bring you the Tournament Players Championship, one of the toughest courses on the tour to be featured in that one. Here, Billy Packer, 65-53, 4:13 to go. Providence will have to start using one of the weapons that they used all season, and that's the three-point play.
Also, what they can think about is fouling, because Syracuse is not a good free throw shooting club. And there is a foul. Kipfer trying to go ahead and draw something on Douglas. Jimmy Boeheim's had a good game on the bench today as a coach. Seems he had his team well schooled in the fact of how he wanted to handle that three-point shot defensively. And now he's kind of playing with a yo-yo right here, delaying the game a little bit, trying to open things up.
Isn't it fascinating how many head coaches dominate assistant coaches after they leave them? Think of all of those coaches that Bob Knight has turned out through the years. When they come back to play Indiana, they can't beat them. Think about in football, Paul Brown, the great master of the Cleveland Browns, all those coaches that he turned out, they couldn't beat him in football. And now today, Boeheim apparently going to run his streak to 5-0 against Rick Pitino, who was his assistant coach for 2 years. Just one of the great fascinations for me. Donovan getting inside, pulls the trigger. That's something they have not had here this afternoon. That's 8 for Donovan, who came in averaging better than 26 points. He was the leading scorer in the tournament until this afternoon. But Boeheim's defense, which featured the man-to-man here today, has shut him down. Now the Orangemen begin to move in closer toward a shot at a national championship. If you're wondering how big this dome is where we are, you folks in Syracuse, the Carrier Dome, you know how big that is. We can put several Carrier Domes inside the Superdome down here in New Orleans.
It's unusual for them to play before more people than normally play at home, almost double.
Monroe coming inside, offensive foul is the call.
We're talking about crowds. Syracuse this year set an all-time home record. 657,160 people saw them play this year in that dome. That's amazing, isn't it?
Great basketball, sir.
Syracuse not going back to the zone at all. They want to keep right out there and prevent that three-point play.
Douglas with a steal, and here they come again. The general stays in command, even though he lost his cool for a short time. Following that fight which ignited between he and Delray Brooks.
He got a lot of satisfaction stripping Donovan of the ball that time.
Syracuse bringing that clock down every trip now. We get down inside at 2:40. And Monroe is fouled by Delray Brooks. So along with Jim Nance, James Brown, Billy Packer, I'm Brett Musburger. We're glad you could join us this afternoon. This is the first of our national semifinals. It has been Syracuse and Providence, and the Orangemen have led it all the way. It is 66-55 Syracuse. Providence not shooting well in this semifinal game. Way off the game for them.
Brett Monroe's been to the foul, and it was his 57th foul shot of the year. So you can see he knew what his role was this year. Get out around that three-point line. Don't penetrate a lot. Be the guy that we pass out to. And he goes ahead and
Coleman ran it down, going to hand on the ball and then tracked it down. The freshman's been a strong rebounder all game long. He has 11 rebounds here this afternoon.
On both ends of the floor.
Cycling turns inside and draws the personal foul.
So about all Providence could do. A good move by Ronnie Cycling to feel the defender right on his hip.
David Sendeker, who had checked in for a brief time, commits his first foul. And Duda returns for the last 2:20.
It's a long time since I've seen Syracuse play where they didn't use the zone except in out-of-bounds situations the entire game. Stayed right with the man-to-man.
Ronnie Cycling's father traveled here from Greece to see the Final Four. A man who took up basketball late, went to a prep school in Massachusetts. And he's one of the most valuable figures as far as this Syracuse march toward a championship is concerned. And the faces grow longer and longer over there on the Cinderella side as it may be pumpkin time for the Friars, but what a great run they've had in this tournament. It was over to Syracuse at 2:11, 69-55.
Well, for young kids watching Donovan play, they all watch his eyes and see how he sees the whole court at all times.
2-on-1. Douglas has Monroe back to the little man.
Classic 2-on-1. Got to go for threes here.
Duda. Coleman comes away again and out of the pack with his 12th rebound. Here's Monroe. He drew the foul. Donovan was with him on that side, and that's the third on Billy the Kid.
Brett, no sense holding it up. They had themselves a 3-on-1 break.
Patino calls a timeout. 1:47. Syracuse closing in on a shot at the title.
Cadillac introduces Alante.
There's a new spirit. There's a new excellence. It's a proud sense of achievement. A new spirit in driving. A new Cadillac. Alante, the new spirit of Cadillac.
exceptionally smooth. The night belongs to Michelob.
The Honda Accord, the Honda Civic, the Honda Prelude, and now the 5-speed mid-engine overhead valve Honda riding mower. It transforms cutting the grass into a memorable Sunday drive. The Honda riding mower. It could be the car of the year.
Overhead view of the granddaddy of the Dome Stadiums here in downtown New Orleans. So we'll move Syracuse ahead. They've got 1:47 to run the clock out. They'll play the winner of our second game, and what a heavyweight contest that figures to be. UNLV and Indiana. Here's Monroe. He's played a smooth game for the Orangemen. They've got a couple of co-captains who don't lead in scoring, don't lead in rebounds, but they did the job now. Their names are Trish and Monroe out there.
Oh, Brower has had a fine game off the bench. How many times have they gotten offensive rebounds on missed free throws today? It's got to be 4 or 5.
Hard to believe that the team that had the Pearl in the backcourt, Raphael Addison, they could get to the Final Four. Team without him the next year. Let's snap back for a moment to last year's tournament. Do you remember the two most embarrassing defeats? Sure. Number one was up in the Carrier Dome. Jim Boeheim, the Syracuse team, are roundly criticized for losing to the Naval Academy. Then there was that stunning upset of Indiana by Cleveland State. Cleveland State turning out to be a little bit better team than you might have imagined. Who would have guessed or bet at the time that both Indiana and Syracuse would rise from those ashes and make it to the Final Four?
You mentioned Cleveland State a little better than we thought. David Robinson wasn't exactly.
Yeah, I was
not exactly Woody Chopliver. Been honored here throughout New Orleans for all of his Outstanding Player of the Year awards.
The applause is for Coleman, who sits down. But I think they should put the sports writers back in the stands and move the fans in behind the benches so I can see the pom-poms.
You're not going to get yourself in a lot of columns doing that kind of stuff. Or maybe you will.
I think the sports writers pay.
Oh, yeah, great. I'm staying off of this subject.
Screen comes on the inside.
He's had a fine game.
He sure has.
As a matter of fact, he's the only fellow that when you really look down here for Providence and say has played above what Rick Pitino probably would have hoped for. Been a rough day, particularly for that outside threesome that will count on making that 8 3-pointers per game over the course of the year. They just haven't been able to get on track.
It was fascinating to practice yesterday with Syracuse. They played on the same floor that UNLV warmed up on. They came out a little bit early, and they were really watching the running Rebels. Get ready for Indiana. Who knows? Maybe it'll come down to those two on Monday night. Monroe is fouled over here on the far side. Had a great year, didn't he, Rick Pitino?
Outstanding year for us.
Let's also remember for a moment that he has been on such an emotional roller coaster with the tragic death of his 6-month-old son a few weeks ago. That was on the day that they announced the pairings, and he was headed back, and they took him out the bus to tell him, and he was talking to me about it yesterday. He said, you know, Brent, I really feel for my wife, Joanne. She had to drive back and forth to that hospital every day up in Boston, and she carried the emotional burden for this family. And then this team pulling it together and getting all the way to the Final Four. Certainly no disgrace in coming up one game short, although I'm sure that the Friars would like to have played a little bit better here this afternoon. They did not shoot well in the first half. Got into a deep hole and just have been unable to come back. Lewis is 3. A little late, but he gets one to fall. They are 5 of 18 from three-point land. Way below their tournament average. We'll be right back.
Listen to the heartbeat of America. Listen to the heartbeat of America.
Feel it in a 350 V8 Chevy with the most available power of any half-ton pickup. Nothing works like a Chevy truck.
Heartbeat of America. That's today's Chevy truck.
Managing information means storing it, finding it, and moving it from A to B. When that meant linking 800 miles of Alaskan pipeline, they called Contel. When it meant matching orders to inventory at the Stone and Lumber Company, they called Contel. Small business or tall order, Contel can help you manage information better too. For Contel, I'm Charlton Heston.
Heaven on earth.
Don't get him started about his car.
Hey, Pete, toss me the Quaker Steak. This new Quaker Steak with QSX is a miracle. It gives car-carrying people superior engine protection. Look at the sludge conventional motor oils leave behind. New Quaker Steak with QSX keeps your engine cleaner to last longer. And that means I might spend the rest of my life in heaven.
Warn you.
Quaker Steak hero, reaching for the best.
Billy, we've talked about this balanced Syracuse team. All 5 of their starters hit double figures in this win. Of course, they'll be going to the championship game on Monday night for Providence. None of their starters are in double figures. That's a shock as far as Billy Donovan is concerned, but he's been handled by Syracuse all year long.
He has. He had another 20-point game against them.
So the final seconds tick away. I mentioned what Providence had shot during the tournament from the threes. It was 51.3%, and today only 28% from three-point land. The closer you get to the national championship, the smaller that basket's going to be. And UNLV would be wise to remember that when they come out here against Indiana.
Well, this Syracuse team we're looking at has only lost games to 3 teams this year. Michigan beat them at Michigan. Georgetown beat them 3 times. And, of course, Pitt beat them twice. It's kind of interesting at halftime here. Hey, John Thompson, tell us what's going to happen today. You beat these clubs 5 times. That's something about Georgetown, huh?
He's got time for one more lecture. This one's over. His ears are ringing.
Well, you know, Ronnie, like I said, I really sometimes get annoyed when he lectures me. But, you know, I think he's the only guy that Jimmy feels comfortable lecturing because Douglas won't listen. You know, he goes away from him.
Cycling can talk back to him in English, Greek, French, Italian, Arabic. You pick the language. Cycling will talk to you. 3 for Lewis. Short. Screen. He was on the line. Boy, he's played well coming off the bench. We've got a fine future. That's 18 points.
Well, you know, Providence has been the school of guards. I wonder if they haven't had more great guards than anybody. You start thinking about these Ernie DiGregorio, who brought him here the last time in the Final Four, Jimmy Walker, Ray Flynn, who's now the mayor up in Boston, Johnny Egan, Vinny Hurst, Lenny Wilkins. I mean, they have had some guards at the Friars School. Boeheim smiles. That's something for history. Look at him. He smiled before this one's over.
Syracuse didn't need a Herman Reed free throw.
You know, Stevie Thompson really liked that one. He smiled. He said, that's the worst air ball of the day. I'm off the hook.
And Syracuse will play for a national championship. Upstairs to Jim Nance. Jim.
All right, Brent, so for the first time ever, Syracuse will be playing for the national championship on Monday night. The difference here in Game 1 of the national semifinals, relentless man-to-man defense, including holding Billy Donovan to only 3 out of 12 from the floor. and the rebounding advantage 53-34 in favor of Syracuse. The Chevy MVPs in Game 1 today. Carlton screened for Providence, and Greg Monroe, who before his senior season dedicated this year to his father, who passed away last summer. And now Greg Monroe will lead Syracuse into the national finals on Monday night, taking on the winner of the game, who will be coming up in about half an hour, UNLV and Indiana. We'll come back with some post-game interviews with the winning Syracuse Orangemen in just a moment.
The American dream is one of hope and possibilities. We're GMAC, people who help make dreams come true. First, we made automobile financing easy. Now, home mortgages, financing for a boat, even MIC insurance to keep your dreams safe. We're the financial services people from General Motors. GMAC, official sponsor of America's dreams.
The game Monopoly has come to life at McDonald's. Win the DOT, Coca-Cola, or $1 million. Collect St. Charles Place, States and Virginia Avenues, and win a great vacation. Collect these for a $250,000 home. Hello, over $40 million in cash and prizes. Collect the right game pieces only instantly. So play Monopoly. Do not pass go. Go directly to McDonald's.
Smoothest Chevrolet sedan ever built.
The heartbeat of America.
Corsica.
That's today's Chevrolet.
A successful Syracuse team here in the national semifinals, winning today 77-63 over Providence. And now it's 16 consecutive wins for Syracuse over the Friars. Now Monday night, the championship final will have the Orangemen against the winner of the game coming up next between UNLV and Indiana. Right now, let's go back down to courtside. Brent Musburger with the winning Syracuse Orange.
All right, Jim, thank you. We're with Ronnie Cycli and Coach Jim Boeheim. Ronnie, you were acting as a peacemaker. Were you able to see how the fight got triggered?
No, not really. As soon as I turned my head, something happened. All I see was people swinging at each other. I have no idea what happened.
Jimmy, how did you see it from the bench?
I couldn't see it. I just saw it start, and I just wanted to get the one in front of me broken up, so I just tried to keep those two separated. Providence is physical, and it's a physical game. It's just one of those things that breaks out sometimes in the Big East.
Ronnie, how do you dominate this team so?
Well, Providence, you can never dominate Providence because they're such a pesky team inside. They don't give you anything. They frustrate you inside. You know, if you do have a layup, they're gonna foul you, make you earn it on the foul line. And it's just like, I'm glad this game is over with, and hopefully we'll play against a man-to-man team, and that'll be much better.
Jimmy, talking about man-to-man, your key, of course, playing against Providence has been man-to-man. But this Syracuse club we're seeing really does play good, solid man-to-man defense, doesn't it?
Well, Howard triggers it and Sherman Douglas. They trigger, and then we have the two shot blockers in the back. But we played good man-to-man all year. This year and last year, we led the league in field goal percentage defense. But I think it's overlooked a little bit in looking at us as an offensive team or a zone team. We played Providence both times man-to-man, and yet they're writing about how they're going to play against our zone in the paper. So we had no intentions of playing them a minute of the zone.
Hey, what's it like talking to Sherman Douglas when he gets thick-headed out there on you, says he's going to go all the way? You told me something coming over here that he did for the first time in his career.
First time ever that he takes it up inside no matter who's there, if there's 3 7-footers. But tonight, first time ever, he said, maybe I'll take it out next time.
He gave you a maybe.
I'm not sure he will, though.
How about it?
Sherman, let me ask you first of all about how the fight broke out between you and Delray Brooks.
Well, against us in Providence, it's always going to be a tough game, and it was a Big East game, and we just got tied up, and we just pushed and shoved each other. It wasn't really nothing serious. It was just a pushing match, that's all.
All right, now, Greg, you're one of the seniors. You and Howard Trish bring some leadership to this ball club. When the season started in your wildest imagination, and you got a wild one, did you ever think you'd wind up playing for the national championship?
We never thought we'd get this far, but we thought we had a good ball club. We had some good young guys coming in, and we knew Sherman would be a great point guard for us. It was just a matter of gelling together and work as a group, and just play as hard as we can, go as far as we can.
Sherman, what about the second game? What do you think is going to win, Indiana or UNLV?
Well, both clubs has a great team and a great coach, and we really don't care who wins. I think UNLV might have the edge because of their court speed. We're just glad to be here.
All right. Congratulations to all of you. Good luck on Monday night. Let's go up to Jim Nantz.
All right, thank you very much, Brent. When we come back, we'll talk to the coaches who were in last year's national championship final. Denny Crum from Louisville and Mike Krzyzewski of Duke. We'll get to that in just a moment.
Say you're John McCurney.
John, we need an answer now.
With a fast decision to make, and your people are in 3 different cities. Just use your touch-tone phone to talk with all of them at the same time.
We're gonna jump the format?
Who's he talking to? It's called AT&T Alliance Teleconferencing Service. From equipment to networking, from computers to communications.
I want it. Done.
AT&T comes through. Set up your own conference call. 0700-456-1000.
Bear. Would you like a mid-size, Mr. Bear?
Huh?
Chevrolet Corsica? Collision damage waiver?
Mm-hmm.
Personal accident insurance?
Mm-hmm.
Trip to Ireland?
Ireland?
Now there's a program that rewards frequent renters with upgrades, convertibles for the summer, even trips to places like Ireland. Nationals Emerald Club.
I was only going to Toledo.
It can make frequent trips to Toledo a little more fun.
Coming up next here from New Orleans, UNLV will take on Indiana in the second game of our national semifinals. The winner will take on Syracuse, victorious over Providence, 77-63 in game 1 here today at the Superdome. As we come back inside, I'm joined now by the coaches who were in last year's finals, Denny Crum of Louisville and Mike Krzyzewski of Duke. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me. What did you think of the first half, Coach Crum?
Well, I felt Syracuse was way too strong inside. I think their rebounding, they just dominated to play inside. And if you played in a dome before, you know that the outside shooting is usually a little bit difficult, and that's what Providence had lived by. And I didn't feel that they'd have a good shooting percentage here.
You attribute that to the depth perception?
Because everything's so far away behind the basket. It's just different. Syracuse, of course, plays in the dome, so they're used to it.
Mike, who matches up better now for Syracuse between UNLV and Indiana? Which team do you think would favor a matchup for Syracuse?
Well, that's why I'm wearing Indiana button. I want Indiana to be in there no matter what the matchup is. I think Syracuse will give trouble to both teams because of their inside strength, like Denny had said. I thought a key kid in that ball game, I don't know what you guys mentioned, but Trish had 3 big offensive rebounds in the game. And it seemed that, especially that 3-point play, when it was going to look like Providence was going to come through, that was, I think, the big play of the game.
He rolled back on his side and hit the free throw to complete the 3-point play. What is Sunday like after winning on Saturday? You have 2 days until the national championship final.
I think the first thing, like Denny and I, you guys dragged us out of our locker rooms and you had to do all that TV stuff, and I think to get them rested. Rested is the main thing.
One of the things that you can't hardly wait for that day to get over. You know it's coming, you know it, you got to wait and practice and all that, but you can't wait for it to get over.
Denny, everyone knows you were critical of the NCAA selection committee. Your team was left out of this tournament. You've had a couple of weeks to think about that now. What are your reflections on it at this point?
Well, I really didn't mean it to be critical of the selection committee, just the process that allows the committee to use so much subjective judgment in terms of picking the teams. The rules say that they're supposed to pick the 35 best at large after automatic selections, and that was not done, and I think the process needs to be changed.
Have you changed your mind now about next year's schedule or changed your philosophy with the tough schedule you had this year and it didn't work out?
No, it's my hope that tough schedule will help us next year like it did 2 years ago before we won the championship last year. That tough schedule really helped us.
All right. I'm going to have you two look at some of the one fight that took place in the game here between Syracuse and Providence. This was one brief altercation. And after this, Providence went on a 9-0 tear. No technicals were called. This is just, there you see a punch flying and landing in there.
Well, I tell you, those kind of things can happen because, you know, it's a tension-packed game and it means so much, but it's a shame that they do, but that's just the nature of athletics. I was surprised there were no technicals called or no one removed from the game, but I guess they felt Final Four, let's just call it even, and it wasn't, you know, something that just happened, I guess.
Mike, quickly, what is Bobby Knight thinking? You know him so well. You played for him. You were a coach for him. What's he thinking right now?
I think the main thing, he's wondering if his offense is going to be good enough to attack at Las Vegas's defense. I think he's more concerned about his offense than his defense. I think he has a great defensive plan.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here at the Superdome. Right now, let's take you to James Brown, who is standing by with Providence coach Rick Pitino. James?
Okay, Jim, thank you very much. Coach Rick Pitino, your team 36% from the field the entire game. The three-point shot wasn't there. What do you think the problem was with the outside shooting?
Well, I think Syracuse played outstanding defense. We tried to go inside. They have good shot blockers. They just outplayed us tonight. It's a tribute to their defense, and we had an off-shooting night. It's a combination of both, but normally when you have off-shooting nights, you credit the defense.
I talked to some of your players before the game and asked them if, in fact, they thought depth perception might be a problem. Some people also bring up the fact that you had a week off and maybe the team missed the rhythm a little bit. As a coach, what do you think about those two possibilities?
Well, it's obviously any time you play in a football stadium, it is a tough background to shoot in. But no, we were on top of our game. We played exceptional basketball going. Syracuse had a week off as well, so we have no excuses. They just played outstanding basketball. They're a credit to the Big East, and I'm really proud of our kids. They tried, they just couldn't get the press on because their field goal percentage was so low.
Emotionally, it seemed as if the fight did spark you guys, but not quite enough.
No, we just couldn't shoot a high enough percentage to do anything with it. But they kept stopping our rallies, and they're a credit. They really played outstanding basketball.
You individually have had a strong season. Will we see you at Providence next year?
Where else am I going?
Coach Rick Pitino, outstanding year. Congratulations. All right, Jim, back to you.
All right, James, the floor right now filled with players from Indiana and UNLV. They're warming up for the second game, and we'll return to the Superdome after this message from your local station.
United can show you the old Hawaii where time takes a rest, and you can become yourself again. So come become Hawaii with the airline that's been her friend for nearly 40 years. United.
Coming up the 18th fairway at Augusta last year was a very special moment. I knew I had a chance to win the golf tournament. My son Jack was with me. And when I two-putted the green, we shared a very special moment right there. One was spontaneous for both of us, but one that I'll remember forever.
A tradition unlike any other, the Masters on CBS Sports. This is CBS.
Take me back where I belong. Take me where this heart was born. Just take me as I am and let me stay. Take me home. Good year, take me home. Never matters how far I go. Good year, take me home.
There are three automotive achievements important to you, the consumer. Customer satisfaction. Are you happy with your car and dealer? Owner loyalty. Would you buy another one? Best-selling import car. Do lots of other people feel the same way? Winning any one is news. But Honda has just won all three. Number one in customer satisfaction, number one in owner loyalty, number one in import car sales in the Northwest. Honda. Price, mileage, quality. Drive one at your Puget Sound Honda dealer today.
Aaron Brown, weeknights on Cairo Eyewitness News at 11.
Coming up, UNLV and Indiana, each team a #1 seed when this tournament began. Right now, however, we go to our colleague James Brown for a special presentation.
Welcome. Since the NCAA basketball season began last December here on CBS, our commentators have selected two Chevrolet Most Valuable Players at the end of every game as a part of the Chevrolet Scholarship Program. For each player selected, Chevrolet donates $1,000 to the general scholarship funds of his school for use by qualified students in their chosen academic field. Over the past 16 years, Chevrolet has donated over 2,700 scholarships to the youth of America in furthering their education. Now, over the course of this past season, we have seen some outstanding game performances and some excellent coaching. So we're here today to present the Chevrolet Coach and Player of the Year Awards as selected by the CBS Sports staff. To do the honors, we have a great fan of college sports in Mr. Tom Stout, the General Marketing Manager for Chevrolet. Tom?
James, this Final Four, it's one of the biggest and most exciting of all the sporting events. And you got to know that heartbeat of America is going to race just a little faster these next few days.
Our NCAA on-air talent and production team has selected David Robinson of the United States Naval Academy as Chevrolet's Player of the Year. The 7'1", 235-pound center was brilliant in this, his final season. In his final college game against Michigan, Robinson scored 50 points and pulled in 13 rebounds. He leaves the college game as one of the best to ever play his position.
David, you're everybody's All-American. You're really a credit to your team, to the Naval Academy, to the game itself. And you're the first player ever from one of the service academies to be named Player of the Year. Congratulations, David, on a really super season.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stout. It's a great honor to receive this award from Chevy because I think there are a lot of great players in the country, and on any given night, I think that one player can outplay another. But to gain the respect of the media and the fans is a great honor.
And now, the CBS Chevrolet Coach of the Year. He is Joey Meyer of DePaul University. He's the only man in the history of NCAA basketball to succeed his father as head coach. Meyer's father was no ordinary coach. In his 42 seasons at DePaul, Ray Meyer was one of the true legends of the sport. Since taking over the reins at DePaul in 1985, Joey Meyer hasn't missed a beat. Under intense pressure and scrutiny, Joey has won his way. And he has won over his players by stressing academics. In his brief stint as a head coach, 5 of Meyer's 6 seniors have earned their degrees.
Joey, this has to be a really satisfying day for you. Everybody knows how tough it was to follow in your dad's footsteps. But here, just 3 years later, you've had the best record in the history of DePaul, and you've been named College Coach of the Year, and fans every place are really happy for you. It's a special honor for me to present to you this check for $2,500 to the General Scholarship Fund of DePaul University in your honor. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Tom. I'd like to thank Chevrolet and CBS. This is truly a great honor. And when Coach Ray left, he took all his trophies and plaques with him, and now I have a chance to put something in his place.
Coach, let me add my thanks and congratulations to both you and to David for richly deserved awards, and Tom, to you for your continued support of college athletics and financial aid to students through the Chevrolet Scholarship Program.
Thank you so much.
UNLV in Indiana, about 10 minutes away. Right now, we're going to break for CBS News after these messages from your local stations.
Tonight on CBS, what happened to his son? Is he alive? And why are George C. Scott and Ally McGraw being hunted? China Rose.
This is CBS.
Early in the morning or the middle of the night, I want a hamburger and I want it right. I'm gonna pour on the ketchup, how the onions on tall, and I got about $1 to pay for it all. I'm the boss at AMPM Mini Markets.
They're back. All beef burgers, 2 for 99 cents. Prepared a new way for an even better taste, and you pile on the works.
I'm the boss at AMPM Mini Markets.
For the first time ever, one car maker has received Car of the Year honors 2 years in a row. It's Ford.
Motor Trend's Car of the Year is the Thunderbird Turbo Coupe. This follows the highly acclaimed 1986 winner, the Ford Taurus.
And now to celebrate, Taurus is available with 3.9% financing, or you can get $400 cash back. But hurry, this offer ends soon.
The quality cars of the year are at your Northwest Ford dealers. This is a CBS News Update. Good day, I'm Faith Daniels. Greece and Turkey step back from the brink of war today in their continuing dispute over oil drilling rights in the Aegean Sea. Turkey decided not to send a survey ship into the Aegean, a move the Greeks said might lead to war. In return, the Greek Prime Minister canceled his demand that the United States shut down a communications base in Greece. In London, Turkey's Prime Minister told correspondent Tom Fenton how the crisis was avoided.
I said, we will not send our ship, it will stay in our territorial water, unless they send their ship outside of their territorial water.
And have the Greeks done that?
Greeks, when they hear this, as far as information I got now, they have accepted.
In his weekly radio address, President Reagan urged Congress to uphold his veto of the highway bill, but he didn't say anything about his decision yesterday to slap big tariffs on a range of Japanese electronic products. Today in Tokyo, the Japanese had plenty to say, as we hear from Barry Peterson.
The head of the country's trade ministry called the tariffs unfathomable, said Japan would appeal to the world trading community and maybe end the semiconductor agreement with America. Japanese officials believe they've given a lot already by allowing the dollar to drop and the yen to rise, making Japanese goods more expensive on world markets and cutting sales. The country is already suffering. Major industries like steel and shipbuilding so badly hurt that massive layoffs have been announced. And if many of Japan's industries are more competitive, say people here, that's America's fault.
And they don't like to blame themselves, and they use Japan as a scapegoat.
Many Japanese believe there must be some response to the American action because to do nothing would be the same as admitting Japan is wrong. Barry Peterson, CBS News, Tokyo.
And that's some of today's news. In other news, the woman who once said she thought she could do business with Soviet leader Gorbachev will get a chance to do just that over the next 5 days. Britain's Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher arrived in Moscow today to begin a state visit. Correspondent John Sheehan is there.
Prime Minister Thatcher was greeted by Soviet Prime Minister Nikolai Ryzhkov and Foreign Minister Eduard Shevardnadze. Her first meeting with Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev was a ceremonial welcome in the ornate St. George's Hall of the Kremlin's Grand Palace. Substantive talks begin only on Monday.
I know that Mr. Gorbachev will be absolutely frank and will deal with the issues. It's not a question of polite diplomatic minuets. We've got real issues to deal with.
The Soviets regard Thatcher as an important conduit to the Reagan administration.
She is one of the West European leaders who has the highest prestige in the Reagan administration, and he hopes that she will smooth the path of arms control, among other things.
Thatcher is publicly committed to taking Soviet leaders to task on human rights and the obstacles placed in the way of Soviet citizens who want to emigrate. In preparation for that, the controlled press here has been accusing her of being silent on racism and of persecuting labor unions in England. John Sheehan, CBS News, Moscow.
A car bomb exploded in Muslim West Beirut this morning, killing 7 people, injuring another 12. It's the first fatal car bombing in Beirut since Syrian troops moved in last month. The bomb went off 3 blocks from the Syrian command post in Beirut. China says its senior officials met with Israeli officials at the UN. It's the first official contact between the two countries. Israel recently has been trying to broaden its contacts with the rest of the world. The second spring blizzard in less than a week is roaring through the Central Plains today. Hundreds of miles of interstate highway are reported closed in Kansas, Nebraska, and Colorado. The National Guard was called out in Kansas to open armories for stranded motorists. I'm Faith Daniels, CBS News. More news later on this CBS station.
Hi, I'm Charles Seaver, builder and artist. My little brother Tom is a major league pitcher, a strikeout artist. So a lot of investment firms would love to help him manage his money. But I found a firm that's happy to help people like you and me too, Dean Witter. They're helping me plan for my children's education and my retirement. Maybe I haven't won 300 games, but Dean Witter always treats me like an all-star.
You're somebody, a Dean Witter.
Member of the Sears Financial Network.
Still waiting for that part on your lawnmower engine? Next time, make it a Briggs & Stratton engine and our 25,000 fully stocked parts and service centers all across America. Briggs & Stratton, the power in power equipment.
This is an actual recording of the noise you've had to put up with on most long-distance calls all your life. And this is what it looks like. Now this, on the other hand, is a new U.S. Sprint line. See the difference? Twice as quiet, thanks to fiber optics. So call now, find out more, and save with U.S. Sprint. We're building the first and only 100% fiber optic network, clear across America.
Feel right.
Stratton lawnmower engines are built so well to last so long. Later in life, they often start another career. Briggs & Stratton, the power in power equipment.
You are looking live at the Superdome in New Orleans, Louisiana. It's time now for the heavyweights to move center stage. Our London Rebels of Vegas, UNLV against the Hoosiers of Bob Knight, Indiana. Billy Packer, what a great, marvelous contrast we've got in this one.
We really do, and it's going to be interesting to me to watch that contrast take place early in the ballgame. I believe Indiana's got to be patient, try to keep this game into a half-court game. That might not be what Bobby wants to do, but I think that's got to be the role. For Vegas, they want to push you up and down the floor, so we're going to see great contrast in this ballgame.
We did not have a classic in that first game, but we might have with this one. We'll come back with the lineups in a moment.
CBS Sports presents the NCAA Basketball Championship. Today's national semifinal game between UNLV and Indiana is sponsored by the Heartbeat of America, today's Chevrolet. Budweiser Beechwood Aged for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you. And by Mass Mutual. We insure more than lives. We insure success.
If you want a van that can do all you want to do, put yourself in today's Chevy Astro and listen to your heartbeat.
Ooh, the heartbeat of America. Chevrolet. That's today's Chevrolet.
Okay, thanks. My insurance rep says go with the GM parts.
Great. You'd be surprised how many imitation parts are around.
Really?
I always assumed GM fenders were replaced with GM fenders. Turns out there are all kinds of imitation parts, and some don't even come close to GM specs for fit, finish, and corrosion protection. So remember, even if an insurance company is paying, it's still your car, and it's still your choice. Insist on genuine General Motors parts.
She's from Western.
Of all the airline mergers, one really stands out because it's the people of Western joining the people of Delta. And when pros start working together, you know what you have? An all-star team. That's how the best get better.
This is going to be quite a team. You're right.
The best get better. Delta Airlines.
Bob Knight has coached Indiana for 16 years. He has won 2 titles. There he is conversing with Gene Corrigan. The two are smiling. They were not smiling last week when Bobby slammed the table. Let's meet the starting lineups. Let's go to Frank Fallon, the PA announcer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Superdome for this evening's national semifinal game between the Running Rebels of UNLV and the Indiana University Hoosiers. Now, let's meet the starting lineups. For UNLV at forward, a 6'8" junior from Rayne, Louisiana, number 23, Gerald Patio. For Indiana and forward, a 6'6" sophomore from Cincinnati, Ohio, number 20, Rick Calloway. For UNLV and forward, a 6'9" senior from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, number 35, Armin Gilliam. For Indiana and forward, a 6'7" senior from Westchester, Illinois, number 24, Darrell Thomas. For UNLV at center, a 6'8" junior from Detroit, Michigan, number 44, Jarvis Passnight. For Indiana at center, a 6'10" junior from San Clemente, California, number 22, Dean Garrett. For UNLV at guard, a 6' senior from San Pedro, California, number 10, Mark Wade. For Indiana at guard, a 6'2" senior from Newcastle, Indiana, number 12, Steve Alford. For UNLV at guard, a 6'3" senior from Las Vegas, Nevada, number 13, Freddie Banks. For Indiana at guard, a 6'1" junior from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, number 23, Keith Smart.
Introducing the head coaches for UNLV in his 14th season, Jerry Tarkanian. For Indiana in his 16th season, Bob Knight.
So it is Knight against Tarkanian. And the London Rebels at 37-1 are favored by 4. We'll be right back.
The acknowledged champion. The dynamic challenger. Occasionally over the years, the two capture the country's imagination in a battle of legends. It happens this year on April 6th at Caesars Palace between Marvelous Marlin and Sugar Ray. As in so many matches before, Budweiser helps make it happen.
Think about your life, where you've been, and where you're going. Today, you need more than life insurance. You need a financial plan to take you where you want to go. We're Mass Mutual, and we insure more than lives. We insure success.
Nevada, Las Vegas comes here the winner of the West region. They put away Iowa after trailing by as many as 19 points. For Indiana, they came out of the Midwest region. And they beat an LSU team by 1 point in that regional championship, 77-76. Billy, how about the keys to this game? What should the fans look for early?
Well, I think Indiana's going to try to go inside, use their power game. It'll be interesting to watch how Vegas tries to go ahead and guard Steve Alford. And also to see how Gillen does inside with his power moves, because you know Jerry Tarkanian can go to that big guy inside. It makes the outside even more effective. And let's see if Vegas can shoot the three-pointer where Providence could.
Indiana will wear the white. Vegas will wear the traveling red. Indiana controls Keith Smart from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He's come close to home to play in a Final Four. What a story it is. All these stories will unfold in this game. Rick Callaway, 20. Puts it on the floor. Gerald Patio out on him for the London Rebels.
They play that man-to-man.
Banks is on Alford. He didn't pull the trigger early on. They get it in now to Garrett. Garrett on the turnaround over Gilliam with the game's first field goal. Now the Rebels have come right back down. Mark Wade, one of the best point guards in the land, will key this attack. He seldom shoots. Gilliam is in low turnaround foul. Dick Paparo is the official who called it. Our referee today is John Cluckerty out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Paparo is from Syracuse, and Rusty Herring from Durham, North Carolina. That foul was charged to 24, Darrell Thomas.
Well, Indiana has had a giant advantage in the foul situation and throughout this tournament. So they happen to pick up the first one there. Also interesting, watch how Reed is guarded by Indiana.
Thomas taking Gilliam in this set. Garrett is over on Bass Knight, and now he's able to slough off.
See, Brent, Auburn is not guarding Wade. There's two schools of thought there. Great jumper.
On Gilliam, the big man inside.
First school is to guard the passer tight so he can't enter the passing lane. The second is to lay off. Indiana decides to lay off.
Thomas got that man, and Garrett lost it. Dean Garrett couldn't get a handle on it. Game's first turnover, and the London Rebels come back. We're tied at 2. You don't have to worry about a shot clock when Vegas is playing. He traveled and go over to Indiana. That's a turnover. Bobby Knight barking something out at the end of the bench.
Patio, a one-dimensional player. Jerry Tarkanian said he doesn't dribble it well, doesn't pass it well, but he can shoot it.
Both Knight and Tarkanian are up here early. And Smart was coming inside of Wade and drew the first foul on Vegas.
Wade normally can outrun anybody with the ball, but Smart's one of the best athletes in college basketball.
Billy, can you believe that we've got 6 junior college graduates out here starting? Now with Vegas, we know, but what in the world is going on?
Well, if Bobby Knight hadn't had the 2 junior college players, he would not be in the Final Four, I can assure you.
One of them lost it there, and here comes Wade. Gets it off, a beautiful pass, and Bass Knight comes through for the field goal. Banks is going with Alford. The Indiana coaches wondered who would come to him first, and Banks is trailing Alford through that screen-setting offense. Alford pulls it up, and it's going to go against Thomas. That's 2 fouls on Thomas. Down away from the ball. Dick Paparo tough official comes in here and whistles 2 quick ones.
Notice how Bob Knight kept his cool there. Now that's an off, 2 fouls away from the ball been called right there. Thomas away from the ball completely. Can't believe it's trying to set the screens inside.
Getting him on a turnaround. He's 2 for 2 from that spot and 2 field goals. And Vegas breaks to a 6-2 lead.
But if you're not going to play the passer as they're not playing Wade, it gives them an opportunity to pinpoint those passes inside. They have to go ahead and play a little tighter on him out front.
Callaway brings it up for the Hoosiers. Patio tracks him.
Well, thanks all overall.
Garrett gets it to Smart. It comes to the glass beautifully. Sliced through for the Indiana field goal. Wade right back for the running Rebels. And Patio up with a deuce. Jarvis Bass Knight, who skies. No lockout.
You don't find Indiana a situation where they don't block out often.
Into Smart in low, and he draws the foul from Bass Knight. Let's take a look at Bass Knight on the dunk at the offensive end.
Shot goes up. Patio really didn't have it in his hands, but put it up anyway. Now watch, everybody in Indiana turns their head. They don't put a body on anybody. Garrett figures he can out-leap Bass Knight, but that's not the case. You've got to put a body on it. Great quick leapers from UNLV. That's huge, huh?
Yes, indeed. And you know, we've got a McDonald's All-American out there in Freddie Banks. Well, here's a young man who was flipping McDonald's in Baton Rouge for a year. He was cooking the burgers down there as Keith Smart. UNLV 4 of 5 from the field. Indiana 3 of 3. So this game starts out dramatically different than the first one. Wade is left alone and he takes a 3 off the iron. Thomas controlling. Here's Smart and a beautiful defensive move by Wade. That was going to be a breakaway, but he knocked the ball out of bounds. Well, we've got the largest crowd ever for a college basketball game watching the Final Four here in the Dome, 64,959. And folks, not everybody has a perfect seat here, I might point out. We're going to show you a couple of them. Thomas puts it down, comes to the glass, scored the field goal, and Thomas's 3rd personal foul. Offensive foul, field goal, and Steve Isle becomes the man of the moment for Indiana.
Well, that's a tough break for Indiana because they are not a very deep bench. We have Bob Knight acting like the gentleman over there. Excellent defense inside. Patio just holds his ground, goes chest to chest. Kind of a touch foul. I think a no call was the best call in that play.
He was being a gentleman. He was saying to Power, you're the one that got in trouble with that second foul. You said it nicely.
Well, they're just leaving Wade wide open. He's got to put up a couple of shots. Nice dish.
Perfect. This is the left hand. Loose. Offered in a foot race. Rebels get it. Wade to Patio. He jacks the 3.
Indiana has been a slow starter in this tournament. Remember, we saw him against Auburn, way behind. Slow against LSU. They're starting a little bit slow here today.
Here's Steve Isle, who came off the bench, number 32. Good all-purpose sub. A little bit slower footer than Vegas. We'll see how he compensates. And underneath, it's going to come back the other way.
They give Callaway a push.
You bet. Underneath. So we go on over. And now, Knight gives Paparo still another blast as he walks by. That's 4 team fouls on Indiana and 2 on Vegas. And the Shark is not saying a thing. He puts his hand over his mouth. He won't say anything the way it's going. There's a 3 from Banks. They're 2 or 3 with the 3s. And Bass Knight knocks the ball out of bounds. And you've got to be impressed with the quickness that Vegas has shown Indiana early in this game.
Brett, they're not only quick, they've got size with quickness, and that's really hard to handle.
He was fouled.
That's 2 on Wade. Look for Jerry Tarkanian to come back with Graham, which doesn't really hurt him too much in this ballgame. Might even help him a little because Graham then could go over on Alford and free up Banks not to have to work so hard on defense. So he doesn't want to play a smaller man on Alford. Here comes Graham into the ballgame.
Graham is a 6'4" senior. He played for Bob Wade, Dunbar High School back in Baltimore before Wade moved to the Maryland job. And Wade will sit down, but they will miss that leadership out on the floor. And Alford right away has drawn Graham just as you figured he would.
crazy. They play as tough a man-to-man as you'll see in college ball.
It's a very aggressive defense. Isle gets to the glass, wasn't sealed off, taps it in. It's 14-11. UNLV over Indiana. Graham's three-pointer, and Isle rebounds.
Graham didn't even get a sweat up here and is putting up threes.
Alford maneuvering.
Nice defense
back from Isle. Inside of Garrett, here comes Smart sliding through. He crashes down and he's fouled and go against Vegas.
If you're Jerry Tarkanian, you don't want to see somebody try to draw a charge and a guy that's shooting an off-balance layup. That's the way to shoot.
Billy, one of the most important parts of this game was probably the meeting of the three officials and looking at this. We've had 18 fouls called in this game already. We've got Thomas out of the Indiana lineup with 3, 4 against UNLV, 4 on Indiana. Now they have established right off the top that this is going to be a tightly officiated game. And if they maintain it, the athletes on the floor can say, all right, we know the rules and we'll play by them. It's if consistency is lacked in the second half that you begin to have trouble with coaches.
I think these referees saw the game between LSU and Indiana. And they're not going to let this one get out of hand at all.
Banks bringing it down. Rare times you see this team slow it up. Not for long. Smart with him. Callaway out on patio. Here's Basnight coming around the aisle. Went to the left hand, but you can see the quickness in there. Garrett cleans up rebounding. Now Indiana can tie it.
Oh, good help by Basnight.
Alford quickly with his initial shot. After way by Basnight. Here come the Rebels. Patio has it knocked away beautifully by Callaway.
You know, that's a defensive move a lot of guys are getting to be very good at. Stripping a man of the ball as he goes up for the jump shot instead of going for the block.
Alford on the drive. Tosses it up and ties the game at 14. Steve Alford's first field goal here. And it's turned over. Banks lost it on the dribble. On the turnover, it'll go back to the Hoosiers. We got a television timeout here in New Orleans. It's 14-14. 14-27 left in the first.
At UPS, we wash our planes so often, our competitors think we're obsessive. But keeping our planes clean reduces wind drag, which saves us thousands of tons of jet fuel each year. And it's obsessiveness like this that lets us deliver next day air usually for half what other companies charge. Besides, we happen to like our planes clean. UPS, we run the tightest ship in the shipping business.
Nothing makes your day like helping others make it on their own.
You bring out the pride we all feel inside.
It's going to be easy next week.
It's more than just a job you do. You make America work, and this spot's for you.
Good work.
Here's to you, Beechwood Aged, for that clean, crisp taste that says Budweiser.
This spot's for you.
Corsica, the smoothest Chevrolet sedan ever built.
The heartbeat of America.
Corsica.
That's the day Chevrolet.
They've won 19 consecutive games. Now Louisiana Tech takes on Giant Killer Tennessee for the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship tomorrow on CBS Sports.
Indiana 6 of 9. Steve Alford 1 of 2. And Billy Packer, show everybody how Indiana gets Alford open.
Nobody in college basketball moves better without the ball than Steve Alford. So here's inside with Alford. Here he's going to move, try to rub his man off a screen inside. When the switch is created, Alford will pull out to the side. If the defense goes for the switch, Garrett or Thomas will move inside looking for the inside power play. Or outside to Steve for the three-pointer.
And they now have an opportunity to go ahead here in this game after that turnover. It's Indiana's ball. David Willard, number 40, on the floor for the first time for Jerry Tarkanian. Eldridge Hudson, number 33, also has checked in. And Garrett gets behind Willard. Got the field goal.
But Willard is a good offensive shooter, but not a good defender. Great move by Indiana to go immediately at him defensively. Not the only weak defensive player on the UNLV team.
Hudson gets it too good. And it's Vegas's ball. You know, Wade, before he went out with those 2 personals, had dished out 5 assists.
Well, he's the all-time assist leader in single season in the history of college basketball.
Indiana on a run of 7 straight points here against Vegas right now.
Under take Garrett, nothing there. Good defense by Garrett.
Now he turns on the man. Callaway yanks the rebound, throws it to Banks, who gets it to Gilliam.
4-point turnaround on that steal. Bobby Knight real upset with that one. He had 2 going one way and loses it to the other way.
Deadlocked again, 16 all, 13:29 to go.
Tarkanian changed assignment.
Garrett's in low again behind Willard. He drew the foul from Willard. He'll come to the free throw line.
Jerry Tarkanian can forget about Willard being able to help Garrett.
I think Tarkanian will probably switch, Billy.
Now, he's getting a lot of help from his assistants right now. Timmy Gingrich is saying the same thing. Got to get somebody inside to play Garrett.
They can move Gilliam or Hudson and try and see what they can get defensively with that matchup. They do not want to get Gilliam into any kind of foul trouble over here. So now the Las Vegas coaches have a decision to make because Garrett is getting behind Willard. And let's see, when they come down the floor the next time, we'll check that matchup.
Right about the only thing they can do is put Willard on Isle because Isle's not going to be a big scorer anyway.
Now this end, Isle for Knight takes Willard. Hudson and Callaway was there. So Indiana's ball. Check the inside matchup, Billy. Who gets Garrett?
Well, they can't change yet.
Alford. A three-pointer. Barrow was late in getting his arms up, but it was a 3, and Banks answers with a missed one. But it's going to be run down by Vegas.
There's one of the things Vegas does well, get the wide rebound. I think Vegas is really out of sync right now with the team they have on the floor.
Garrett fronts Gilliam, frustrating him on this side, but they get the ball in low to him anyway. Missed the shot, and Hudson hammers it away.
No block out from the weak side. Well, when Gilliam gets the ball, everybody from IU is really there.
Now Smart will operate at the point, and Alford will look to the screens. And yes, Willard does come out on aisle. Smart comes up with that great leaping ability. Hits the field goal, 23-18. Indiana leading. Banks charges through Smart. Offensive foul. That's his first.
And with Wade out of the ball game, you see how important he is. He's coming back in now, but how important he is to Jerry Tarkanian's club. They really have gotten out of sync offensively. Willard's going to sit down. Banks has got to sit down.
He is one of the great leaders in college basketball. As Willard and Banks sit down, Wade, number 10, returns, along with Jarvis Bassnight. And there is the team leader. He played down at Oklahoma, transferred to a junior college, and then came to UNLV. This team responds to him verbally, and he also sets the example. He leads him on and off the floor. He's a remarkable young man.
Probably Steve Isle is doing his job as a sub.
Comes all the way to the glass for the layup. He's doing a great job.
Why he's so valuable, he can play any one of 3 positions. He goes back in the guard spot, he plays inside defensively, he plays the forward spot.
Gilliam brings Garrett way out. They look for Gilliam. That jump hook is not there, and Callaway skies. Now Alford brings it down for the Hoosiers. 25-18, Indiana leading Vegas. Great pass to Smart, looking it off. And Smart couldn't hit it, and Gilliam brings it down for the Rebels. Here's Wade. Now it's Gilliam alone at the free throw line. He'll hammer that shot away.
That's where Garrett has to be really careful. You can't wait for Gilliam to come down and post up because from about 16 to 18 feet, he can drill the jump shot.
Wade is taking Alford. That's the 3rd Rebel who has been assigned to Alford. Isle out there with a hard screen, and Wade slashes through it. Now comes up with a defensive play. Alford came back on him and fouled him.
Wade is so quick. And Jerry Tarkanian did not want to use Wade on Alford if he could help it. He felt he needed a bigger man to stop that jump shot.
One of the keys to the defensive strategy we saw put in at the Vegas practice. They're not going to switch off. They want their men to slash through the screens, and Wade did that time and stayed with his man. Gilliam down in low, and Callaway, who's doing a job on the glass. Loose, he's come up with it, and here's Alford.
Indiana's really weak, Brent, when Gilliam gets the ball because they put so many men on him. There's nobody there in case he misses the rebound.
Callaway off the dribble.
Forced it.
And Gilliam underneath was fouled by Isle. He's going to go to Vegas. So along with Billy Packer, I'm Brent Musburger. A crowd of 64,959, a record for a college basketball game. Watching Indiana shoot 71% from the field, Vegas 45%, and Thomas on Knight's bench with 3 quick personals. But still, Indiana leads by 5. 10:30 to go here in the first half. Graham's open and Isle switched out and influenced the shot.
Graham's pulling up the trigger on his jump shot, but that was a great screen by Wade.
Wade would not give Alford an inch. Now he comes through the screens. He's got daylight. And Garrett is there.
Neither team blocking out very well on his shots.
8 for Garrett. And what has to please Knight so much is Isle's performance because Thomas is on the bench with 3 personals. 2 shots. There's a foul down inside. And it's going to go against Graham. They're going to shoot 2 at the other end. Paparo looked inside.
Brent, that's a good piece of officiating because a lot of times you see officials looking only at the ball. There's a case where Paparo was really looking off the ball for the play. Let's see it inside. Who is going to be called on here?
It's on Graham, away from the ball on the far side. He took him right down to the ground, and Smart will shoot the free throws here at the other end. Freddie Banks and Gerald Patio return for Tarkanian. 17 fouls against Vegas and 6 against Indiana, and we reach a point where the Shark says, I got to get the towel out.
He got it out early today. I watched him nibbling over there about a minute ago. Keith Smart exploded. The first time we had him on CBS this year was against Ohio State. Alford having a rough day, but Smart did the job to pull IU back to a big victory.
We've got a television timeout. We're near the 10-minute mark. Indiana leads Vegas by 9.
There's no such thing as a small business. Not when it's yours.
So my insurance agent has to protect my business and my family without wasting my time or my money.
An agent with a financial plan, custom made for me, with regular reviews because my needs are always changing.
An agent who brings me the best and strongest insurance company he can.
We're Mass Mutual, and we insure more than lives. We insure success.
Listen to the heartbeat. Listen to the heartbeat. Oh, America.
When you need a truck you can lean on, America knows nothing works like a tough Chevy truck.
That's today's Chevy truck.
Hello, I'm Leona, your automatic teller. Can I help you with a student loan?
No car loan, Leona. Thanks, Father.
Home improvement loan.
Hey. It's a General Motors car. Don't get hassled when you finance a new car or truck. Get GMAC financing only at your GM dealer. Is there someone live I could talk with around
Do we have one of our calendars? This is a fan calendar. We also have what they call a friend calendar. If I can only find that.
We're courtside. We have an excellent view. But James Brown, what about some of the other seats here in this vast dome?
Well, Brent, even with the fans who are sitting up here, you got to wonder. 64,000 fans here, the largest crowd ever, unobstructed views everywhere, but those fans who are sitting 27 stories above the action and paid $17.50, you got to wonder if they're getting their money's worth. As a matter of fact, one fan I talked to said that from up here, the game is nothing but a rumor. Brent?
Thank you, James. Vegas hit 5 of his first 8 shots. Since then, only 4 of 13 against this position man-to-man defense of Bob Knights. It's the pressure defense of the Running Rebels against position man-to-man. They drop it to Gilliam, high and low, and they send it back to Wade. Patio, he's one of the threes, and he hits one, his second of the game. They are 3 of 5. Kyle puts it on the floor. Last night takes him, and here's Garrett over Gilliam, but he traveled coming off the fake.
Gilliam underrated as a defensive post player. Holds his position very well, moves his feet, doesn't go ahead and slap with the hands. Patio's feeling warmed up with that three. He'd like another one.
Loose on the floor, and Smart dove back in on the ball against Gilliam, and it was turned over, went out of bounds first. So it'll be Indiana's ball, and Vegas sets the pressure, and Smart breaks deep. Comes inside Gilliam, hits the layup against the full court pressure defense. Bob Knight will do that. He did it in the rematch against Iowa. He says you just go all the way when they set the full court press. That's the best attack against it. Patio's second three here in the last few seconds. Long rebound off the hard rim, and Alford got a ball on it. And Callaway, who has played extremely well here so far, wraps it up.
Did you notice when Patio knew that shot was off, how he took off to go get the rebound? Alford showing some pretty good ball handling and passing out here today, as opposed to his normal shooting. Gets the ball open.
It was a little flat for Steve's shot. He's missed a couple from that spot over there. That first game we had some poor shooting. Banks pulls up.
Great hesitation dribble. Just froze the defender. Teams are slowing down a little bit right now. Looks like they lost it. Looking for that second win.
Oh, they tried to get a field goal and couldn't. It's 31-25. The quarterback brings it down. Patio off the move. The three not there.
When he misses very, very badly. Boy, I'd go crash that board. He throws some hard bricks up there. Normally, a great three-point shooter is a guy that has it always soft around the rim.
Garrett on a quick turnaround, and Gilliam fouled him. That's his first personal foul for the Hammer.
Give you an idea about IU going to the foul line. In the tournament so far, they've been there 116 times. Their opponents only 61 times. That's 55 differential.
So far, Vegas has not shot a free throw in this game. Indiana, Garrett gives Indiana 7 of 8 at the free throw line. And Indiana has enjoyed an enormous edge because not only did they get to the line, they have been hitting them in the tournament. And they build a 33-25 lead, 7-47.
Hitting them, they're shooting 82% from the foul line.
Lost the Patio maneuvers, and Garrett blocked it.
Look at Isle, just wave off offers, and I'll bring it up. So valuable to have a sub that can play multiple positions.
Holloway cut off, they get it back to Isle.
It's a good cutoff by Bass Knight.
Inside to Alford. Banks away from him with a body and then hits the two. Wade comes right back. It's a 10-point lead, biggest of the game. Gilliam at the line.
Should have been a foul on Garrett sticking his hand in his face after the shot. That's the second time he's come down and pulled up, taking that little 16, 17-footer.
Near the 7-minute mark, Gilliam had a hand. Ball went out of bounds. Indiana's ball. And Gary Graham, senior guard, checks in.
The guy that's tired
sits down.
Brett, the guy that's tired right now is Garrett, but he doesn't have anybody that's going to go in for him the remainder of this half. Push.
Banks. That's his second personal.
This game is being called very tight. Very tight.
Right from the beginning. Now Alford, who is one of the best, as you might imagine, from the free throw line. He has hit 22 of 25 in the tournament, 88%.
One of the top free throwers in the NBA was one of his idols when he was growing up, Jerry Seaston, who plays for the Celtics, played for Steve's dad. High school. Kid's been a gym rat all his life. Has the stroke.
It's 10 again. Callaway sticking working with Graham outside. They get into pass 9. Alford reaching in as assessed the personal. That's his second. So the winner of this game meets Syracuse for the national championship Monday night. In case you didn't see the score, Syracuse eliminated Providence 77-63 in our opening game. Here it is Indiana against Vegas, 37-27. Indiana, 6:48 in the first. Billy?
On that last play, you can see Steve Alford let Banks go completely. Now Banks, let Wade go completely. What Wade has got to realize that if he's not going to be playing, he's got to start taking up the slack a little bit so he can get the ball back and make a good pass or take an occasional shot to keep Alford honest.
Last night, misses the Rebels' first free throw on the 1-on-1 save by Isle, shifts it to Alford. Boy, this is a quality performance by Isle off Knight's bench. Gilliam taking Garrett.
Nice man-to-man defense by Graham.
Wade switches over on Smart. Alford couldn't do anything with Graham, so he sends it back to Isle.
Clinic by Graham right there.
Winds up in Callaway's hands. Now it's Steve's three.
That's a good call on the ref. Graham stuck him right in the chest with his hand on the shot. Tarkanian wants a time. Good refereeing. I said before that Garrett did that on Gilliam, but it wasn't called. These refs are right on top of this game.
Indiana 40, UNLV 27.
We're not a company,
but outstanding people come to us every day.
People who want to make a contribution to a team and do work that really counts.
People eager to see new places, do the unusual, and find the unusual.
People who become your friends for life. People just like you.
We're not a company.
We're your country.
We're the Navy.
The Air Force.
The Marines.
The Army.
We're the Armed Forces.
It's a great place to start.
The dark can give you the willies. Everything looks different. Boy, now take Michelob Dark. You might ask, what'd you do? Burn it? Have a little mishap down at the brewery? No! Michelob Dark is meant to be a richer, smoother, and yes, darker beer. Now, of course, there's some of you that like a dark and bitter drink. That's why I keep the soy sauce. Try Michelob Dark. Don't be afraid of the dark.
Andrea Martin is Roxy.
I guess I am single-handedly changing the direction of television today.
She's off the wall and on the air, premiering Wednesday, April 1st on CBS.
Billy, take us through that play a moment ago.
Well, Graham gives a cheap shot to Alford right there. Now, that wasn't a big physical deal, but whenever you gain an advantage with contact, which was the case there on that particular play, the official wisely made the call. Graham found himself trying to help out inside, and if you're playing Alford, never go help out inside. You better stay right with him face to face.
Now, Indiana led 9-8. It was 17-01. Thomas got his third personal foul. Since then, they have outscored Tarkanian 32-19. Joe Hillman replaces Steve Alford, who takes a break here in the first half. Now, Isle, who came in, has scored 4 points, but he's pulled down 4 rebounds, and he's played strong defense. Look at the quick double on Gilliam, and so from the corner.
Oh, what a
running three from the deep part of that corner.
Are you kidding me? Fading away, going to the deep corner with a good man on him.
Vegas team was down 19 to Iowa. I think it was about 18 early in the second half, and still they were able to come back. A lot of firepower Indiana faces here. Here's Isle, he's got an opening, he's trying to dish it off, the defense was there, Callaway beautifully follows it up. Now Joe Hillman positions the defense, Wade is cut off.
Hillman didn't show up on the stat sheet as even having played against LSU, but may have been one of the most valuable minutes we've seen all year.
Gilliam on the turnaround, he had a 3-point play. Yeah, a three-point play, and he fouled out Dale Brown, strongest defender in that game.
He really did a good, smart job leading the ball club. Like I said, it played less than a minute in the game, so he didn't officially show up on the stat sheet.
Elvin Hudson is the Rebel who just checked in, and Smart is rejected.
There he is
again. Joe Hillman following up.
It seems like Vegas is making one effort on every play, and Indiana making two, and that's why they're capitalizing on it.
The three from Banks, the other side. 11 points for Banks. And Vegas is 5 of 10 shooting threes. Stolen by Wade. They can work or run faster than any team you want to see. Hudson goes to the glass.
Now Bobby Knight has taken a calculated risk here, taking Alford out of the game. He may have to bring him back in quickly. He's getting him up off the bench right now. He cannot afford, as did Jerry Tarkanian, making substitutions on that bench. They're not ready to play the game like this.
Here's Callaway. Back to Isle. He tracks it down.
Isle wants to go right with that dribble.
Give to Allen, and Gilliam with another strong block. And this time the Rebels come out. Banks with a three. Tapped in at the glass by Hudson.
Hey, here's a big run. Now Bobby Knight doesn't want to call a time here, but he may have to take one. He's got Alford trying to get back in the game. He might not be able to get him back in quickly enough.
45-39. Garrett. And he ends it. A huge hoop for Indiana at the 3:40 mark. Here comes that pressure again. And Gilliam fouled and scored and bring him to the free throw line.
You know, Wade pushes that ball up the court, Brent, so positively that you can see how Vegas plays with him in the game. When he's not in there, this ball club not anywhere near as effective.
Knight questions Bavaro.
Gently questions.
Wade has dished out 11 assists. Patio replaces Banks for UNLV at the 3:33 mark. 47-41, Indiana over the Rebels right now.
That puts Wade up over 390 assists on the year. Last year he set an assist record of 283, so he's beaten it by 100 at Vegas, and he breaks Mark Jackson all-time NCAA record. Look at who's got that ball in his hands right now.
That's 15 points for Gilliam.
Ooh, what a screen by Isle.
Against the double, they get it to Isle. That'll be an
Alford's open.
Comes inside on the penetration. Couldn't get it to fall, but Garrett cleans it up. That's two-point field goal by Dean Garrett. He and Hudson collide coming out.
Both of these teams are really well coached, but I've never seen two teams this well coached and have given up that many second shots like that blocking out.
Knocked away by Smart and out of bounds. Vegas will work an inbounds play.
Gilliam has great hands on the inside. Was a football player up to his junior year in high school, recruited by a lot of people.
They wanted to play tight end. South Carolina was among the schools. West Virginia, another one.
And then was not highly recruited as a basketball player.
Wade's three is short. Alford has it. Indiana pulls it up. Now Alford comes in all the way, and Gilliam is there with another block. He's been a monster inside. Graham coming through the foul. And so Gary Graham with the third personal on Steve Isle moves to the free throw line.
They are fun to watch in the break. It just gets exciting as they cross an half court. You know they're all moving. They really fill the lanes. Alford thought he had it made. Excellent timing on the inside by Gilliam. Here's Steve. He's beating him around the corner. Just no place to go. Gilliam times it perfectly and starts the break.
Richard Robinson has checked in against Knight for Vegas. He'll wear 00. He's in the middle on the far side there on the free throw line with Graham at the line. Knight has had a few calm words over there with Pavaro.
Yeah, Bobby Knight, you know, a master of working at sidelines, and knows with this particular crew, particularly after what happened in the LSU game, this crew's not going to put up with any of his nonsense. So he's trying to gently work him as opposed to going after him with that violent attitude he showed in the LSU game.
49-43.
Nice help by Hudson.
Now Robinson is taking Garrett. They try to get it in low to him. Arcadian with a few fouls to give in that situation. And Bob Knight will try Todd Meyer, number 30. And Steve Oz going to get a round of applause from the Indiana fans.
And a pat by Bob Knight. That's quality minutes, just like we saw in the first game. Brower coming in and giving those quality minutes. Not a lot of stats, but good quality minutes.
Callaway. It's going to be a thoroughbred. Only a sophomore. 51-43 Indiana. Approach the 210 mark here.
Not even guard Wade.
Graham on the pull-up was fouled by Smart. That's his first personal. And now Graham comes up at the free throw line. He's been averaging better than 12 points a game in the tournament so far. If you're wondering about the shooting percentage in the first half, Indiana at 61% and UNLV at 51%. Just think back to what we had in the first game. What a difference we're seeing here. And Banks comes back with 11 points and Patio sits down.
But a lot of the statistics there in regard to the high percentage are caused by second shots. Easy rebounds on the inside. Graham, who stroked 2 real good foul shots against Iowa, and looked 4 on the last 2.
No violations now. No foul.
Gilliam returns. Hudson goes out.
Graham's brother, an outstanding shooter for the University of Maryland. Boy, he hasn't looked good on one yet.
Meyer rebounding. Alford bringing it up on Banks. Meyer to set the screen. Knocked away and out of bounds. It'll go over. Touch last by Smart. Wade comes with a long pass, and Smart was able to come back and knock it out of bounds.
Well, against a good athlete, you don't want to take that chance. And with it 53 to go, I'm surprised Indiana went a little bit better with the ball there. You're not going to get it all back so quickly.
Banks.
What are they going to call that, a shot?
Call on Smart. His second personal.
Foul is charged.
I believe he signaled 1-on-1.
Yeah, 1-on-1.
And now they will try Cree Smith off Knight's bench. He's a 6'7" junior. So he has Meyer, Smith, Garrett, Callaway, and Alford out against Gilliam, Robinson, Graham, Banks, and Wade. 149. Trouble that line. And Gilliam rising up. He's fouled on the shot, and he'll come to the free throw line. Garrett working away on him. He picks up his first personal.
Brent, both of these coaches will look at this film later this summer and wonder how so many second shots have taken place, because they're normally very good at blocking out inside, particularly fundamentally sound on a foul shot. We saw Syracuse get an awful lot of second shots or second rebounds off missed free throws.
And that's been the difference in the scoring. 51-43 as a result of that. Indiana with the lead. Now 51-44. Gilliam with 16 points here in the first half.
And Gilliam, known as the Hammer, got his nickname from Spoon James. I'd like to get a nickname from a guy called Spoon. Now that's scary. This is the second free throw shoot, really hurting UNLV.
Banks all over Smith.
He better give up the ball because Banks will take it from him.
Ships back to Callaway. Open is Smith.
Double team. Somebody's got to be open. It could be Alford.
He pulled it back out. And they're off of Meyer pretty much. Here he is. Now it's Cree Smith coming in. Callaway gets 2 feet, goes to the glass for the layup. Is he going to be a big timer or what?
John Thompson taking a look at this game, maybe thinking Olympic material for that guy.
You bet. Now it's Vegas' turn.
And they've been quiet from 3 range here of late. Banks
got Smith on him. He can get one off. He's a lot quicker. Alford sloughs on Wade. Here's Banks. He turns it over him. And it's three. Good call, Mr. Packer.
Well, he's being played by a man not quick enough to stay with him out there. Boy, Vegas doing a lot of double teaming here. And when you double team Indiana, they'll find the open man. There he is.
Galloway.
Almost walked. Bobby Knight works on this semi-delay a lot. Very difficult to double team one of his teams.
Shot clock is turned off. Indiana bringing it down. Reese Smith was the open man. Tracks it down. And then missed the layup underneath. And Robinson comes out. They'll have to hurry. Graham. At the buzzer. The end of the first half. And it's been a good one. Knight in Indiana lead Tarkanian and Vegas 53-47. Jim Nance and James Brown are standing by. We'll return to the Superdome after this message and a word from your local stations.
CBS Sports coverage of the NCAA Basketball Championship is sponsored by UPS. They run the tightest ship in the shipping business. The U.S. Armed Forces, it's a great place to start. And by Quaker State Motor Oil. When car-carrying people reach for the best, they reach for Quaker State Motor Oil.
Heaven on earth. Don't get him started about his car. Hey, Pete, toss me the Quaker State.
This new Quaker State with QSX is a miracle. It gives car-carrying people superior engine protection. Look at the sludge conventional motor oils leave behind. New Quaker State with QSX keeps your engine cleaner to last longer. And that means I might spend the rest of my life in heaven.
Warn you.
Your Quaker State hero, engine for the best.
Kleine GTI, du siehst prima aus.
To all the cars that try to perform like a Volkswagen GTI, and try to handle like a Volkswagen GTI, and try to be as much fun, we have some bad news. We just made Follow the Leader a little harder to play. Introducing the 16-valve Volkswagen GTI.
There's a company today that ensures successful people coast to coast. Across America, we bring security and financial planning to people like you. We're MassMutual, and we insure more than lives. We insure success.
I'm George Siegel, and in my new show, I break up with my wife, start a new job, and go to an analyst. And that's just the first week. Who needs car chases?
This is CBS.
There's a lot of talk today about the movers and the shakers.
Well, then I gotta call Griswold.
Now, we'd suggest that while the shakers are going through the motions,
Zinkman? When am I gonna have time to call Zinkman?
they aren't necessarily getting anywhere.
Cancel comments and I'll speak. That's where I move it. Next.
The movers, on the other hand,
Hello, Mr. Zinkman.
are making their motions count with Vector One mobile phone service from U.S. West Cellular. The difference between going somewhere and getting somewhere.
If you live in any of the areas listed on your screen, you may be able to receive a better picture from Channel 7 Seattle by tuning the UHF channel listed for your locality. For more information, call 728-5261.
We're back at the Superdome. Game 2 in the national semifinals. Indiana outscoring UNLV in the first half, 53-47. Dean Garrett with 14, Steve Alford with 13, and the Hoosiers have a 6-point lead. Jim Nance back with you on our set here at the Superdome. I'm joined now by my CBS Sports colleague, Billy Cunningham, along with Jim Boeheim, the winner in our first game this afternoon. Coach Boeheim, congratulations. What's going through your mind now, an hour after that?
Well, I felt real good for about 5 minutes. Then I started watching these two teams play, and I don't feel so good right now.
Jimmy, that appeared to me to be the best defensive effort you've had from this ball club this year.
Well, I think our defense has been a little underrated. We led the conference in field goal percentage defense this year and last year, and we played good man-to-man both times we beat Providence. So I think we're a little bit better than people give us credit for, but today was excellent.
Coach, tell us what happened here. You had an 18-point lead in the second half, and then an altercation took place. Tell us about this.
Well, it was a normal Big East scuffle. You know, we get in these all the time. They were just locked up, and, you know, just one of those things. And we just, you know, a guy came in and hit Coleman, and I just tried to get out there and separate them. But I thought up to that point we played the best we could possibly play offensive and defensive. And from that point on, we just hung out. We were just struggling.
Momentarily, that seemed to ignite Providence. They went on a 9-0 tear, but then your team came back with another big play.
Well, when they went on that tear, we just felt we had to hold the ball, spread them out, try to slow the game down a little bit. And our kids have handled the ball well in that situation all year, and they did it.
Jimmy, for you guys to win the championship, okay, Monday night, is there any key phase of the game or a key player you think that's got to play an outstanding game?
Billy, we've done it with balance all year long. Syracuse has always been a balanced team offensively and defensively, and the way we can be successful is by being balanced. We were that today, and that's, I think, the overall key to our team. When everybody's involved, then we're a good basketball team.
The Big East this year, you know, it's supposed to be down year for the Big East, and we see them, the two teams in the Final Four. Why? I mean, why does this happen?
Well, the conference is very competitive, as you know from seeing some of the games that you saw. It's a war every night, and I think that gets you ready. The Big East tournament helps get you ready. But, you know, I just think that this happens to be our year. We've had good success in the 8 years, and mainly because I think of the commissioner, the organization of the league, the way it's been set up has been done the right way, and it's helped all the coaches get the best possible program that they can have.
Billy, quickly, what do you think will happen in the second half? I know Jimmy can't really comment on it, but what do you think?
Well, the one thing Indiana cannot do is relax for 1 second, because we saw last week where Iowa let up a little bit, and UNLV is going to come at you for the next 20 minutes of this game.
All right, Billy, thank you, and congratulations again, Jim Boeheim. We'll see you Monday night in the championship game, and we'll come back in just a moment. Bobby Knight, in his own words, as we continue from the Superdome in New Orleans.
Bonneville, huh? Pretty sporty. How's it run? Let me tell you.
Still waiting for that part on your lawnmower engine? Next time, make it a Briggs & Stratton engine and our 25,000 fully stocked parts and service centers all across America. Briggs & Stratton, the power in power equipment.
It's not too early to plan to attend one of the nation's most exciting sporting events. Next year, see college basketball at its best. To receive your 1988 NCAA Final Four ticket application, call 913-262-1988 during business hours, or write the NCAA at 1988 Final Four Tickets, P.O. Box 1906, Mission, Kansas 66201. Remember, call 913-262-1988 during business hours for a ticket application.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
Got a fast break situation, and the defensive player is setting up to take a charge. You know, it's a block charge situation. That's a controversial call. That's a call that you may have to sell, especially if the basket went in. So you're going to have to sell whether it's a block or a charge and communicate that to everybody. Part of what officiating and what officials do is that we are communicators.
Oh, baby, not even close. Not even close.
Where's your head cheerleader? We're going to have to get off the green. We're running into you on every play. Ladies, I've got to have you back. I'm running into you on every play. That's somewhere we have to have 6 feet. Hey, y'all, let me have that rock. Thank you, babe. Playing good tonight. Playing good tonight, babe. There you go.
We are communicators.
This message furnished by the NCAA.
As the sun sets outside of the Superdome, Indiana leading UNLV 53-47. The winner will go on and play Syracuse for the national championship on Monday night. Now in golf at the TPC, third round is complete. Mark O'Meara has a one-shot lead. We'll have final round coverage for you tomorrow. 3 o'clock Eastern Time here on CBS Sports. Right now, let's go to my colleague James Brown, who is standing by the UNLV locker room. James?
All right, Jim, thank you very much. Interestingly, the Rebel players, when they came off the court at halftime, they were smiling. And the reason is because a couple of the players said that their problems are easily resolvable. Indiana was using players other than Keith Smart and Steve Alford to bring the ball up the court to neutralize their pressure defense. But the main reason for the smiles, even though they're down by 7 points, is that they have Indiana into a running game, and that's their game. They feel they have Indiana right where they want them. Back to you, Jim.
All right, James, perhaps the most dominant figure coming into this Final Four was Bobby Knight of Indiana. He played in the Final Four 3 times on those great Ohio State teams. Now he's coaching in his 4th Final Four. Well, we talked with Bobby yesterday. Here, in his own words, is what he looks for when a youngster comes to Indiana looking to carry on that Hoosier basketball tradition.
Over the 16 years, we've had every personality imaginable. I mean, we've had some very passive kids that have played extremely well. We've had very aggressive kids that have played very well. We've had talkative kids. We've had quiet kids. I think it's just simply a matter of a kid saying to himself, hey, I want somebody to push me to the fullest. I want to find out how far I can go. I want to be the best I can. And in doing that, I'm going to do what I have to do now. If you have an idea on how basketball ought to be played, and you're going to stick to that idea, then you're going to have a tough time with me, because I've got an idea on how basketball ought to be played, and I've worked at it a hell of a lot more than you have. I think a kid has to know how far he can go. I mean, most of us don't. We're tired, but we aren't tired. We're hungry, but we aren't hungry. We're sleepy, but we aren't sleepy. And we got to know when we aren't. I don't ever want a kid to have to come back and say, Coach, I need to borrow some money because I'm not successful. I mean, I want him to be successful so I can go to him and borrow money. There have been 2 kids that have played for me 4 years that haven't graduated yet. And that upsets me because I think they all should graduate. That's my responsibility. I tell them that when they come. 50%, 40%, 75%, none of that's good. They're there to get an education, not to play basketball. And I don't think anything less than everybody accomplishing what the intent of his enrollment was is satisfactory. They all think I'm a lot easier today than I was when they played. Doesn't make any difference. Every kid that comes back, it's like, boy, you ought to play for him 5 years ago, or 10 years ago, or last year. There's a big change in him between there and that change. You know, it's the same.
Bobby Knight happy at the moment. His Hoosiers shooting 59% from the floor and a 6-point halftime lead. You're looking at Valerie Pita, a 19-year-old cheerleader for UNLV. Valerie has been suffering from Hodgkin's disease for 6 years and was told that chemotherapy will no longer be able to help her. She now needs a bone marrow transplant. The estimated cost for that procedure is $125,000. And Mark Wade, a guard for the Running Rebels, took up the cause this week at a luncheon.
I've never seen a person smile so much when he's facing adversity. I sit there and I watch Valerie every day. You know, she comes out and she leads for us. And, you know, I'd like to thank her for that. And I pray to God that everybody pulls together and gets her through this. I like to say, we need all your help. Please pull together.
Dream for Valerie to be here at the Final Four in New Orleans. She's here. She's going to be rooting on her Running Rebels in the second half, and we'll get to second half action after this message and a word from your local station.
Back in '78, Mazda taught the sports car world a lesson about what you get for what you pay. Well, they're still doing it. This new RX-7 SE comes with a bunch of good stuff, like aluminum wheels. There's power steering, even a stereo, all standard. Not only that, this new RX-7 beats the Porsche 944 to 60, and also beats it by close to 12 grand. I guess old Mazda's still giving them a lesson or two.
Here, Doris. Got a meeting in Davenport. Be back tomorrow.
Once upon a time, a businessman figured out a brand new way to travel.
Afternoon. Cars broke down a couple miles back. Gonna miss a big meeting in Davenport.
That's so.
Say, could you, fly me there and back?
Let me get this straight. You want me to fly you there, sit there and wait for you while you have this meeting, then fly you back?
Since then, the Friendly Skies has flown a whole lot of business people. We found it pays to listen to them.
Thanks for flying me. Next time, maybe you could have some coffee on board. You're not just flying.
Let me get this straight. You want coffee on the plane while we're in the air?
Friendly Skies.
This is CBS.
There are 3 automotive achievements important to you, the consumer. Customer satisfaction. Are you happy with your car and dealer? Owner loyalty. Would you buy another one? Best-selling import car. Do lots of other people feel the same way? Winning any one is news. But Honda has just won all 3. Number 1 in customer satisfaction, number 1 in owner loyalty, number 1 in import car sales in the Northwest. Honda. Price, mileage, quality. Drive one at your Puget Sound Honda dealer today.
I'm Steve Rabel at the Museum of Flight, the site of the Cairo TV Variety Club Telethon. Support the children of the Northwest. Take part in the telethon Saturday and Sunday.
CBS Sports coverage of the NCAA Basketball Championship is sponsored by Miller High Life. Miller made the American way since 1855. Mazda cars and trucks. The more you look, the more you like Mazda value. And by AT&T, the right choice.
Well, Billy Packer, as Jerry Tarkanian now begins to hustle out here toward the court. We've got 6 seconds left toward the start of the second half. The Vegas players just filing out on the floor. They're not even getting an opportunity to warm up. That's very unusual.
It really is. I wonder if somebody forgot on Jerry's part to let his club know what the time was left on the clock. You can't come out without getting a little bit warm. And I'll be shocked if they can come out. Freddie Banks' example never even touched the ball. They may start the second half without Jerry on the bench.
Now, the locker rooms are quite a ways out. You can see Tarkanian battling his way through the crowd. We're ready to get it started here as Jerry joins the team at the bench. Indiana came out with about how much time on that clock to shoot around?
Well, normally you want to get yourself 3-4 minutes, and I think Jerry's saying that we weren't notified, but that's a big mistake on the part of somebody from UNLV to not let people know when they were going to go ahead and start this second half.
And you're saying, Billy, it is difficult for the players to start out cold and be loose.
Impossible. I mean, you've got to come out and get a couple of shots up. Now, this is a club that's in great physical condition, but you want to at least touch the ball a little bit.
Now, Knight is saying, when that goes to 20, you get him out here and let's play. I was ready. Let's get at it. So Bob Knight, he was a different sort of a leader in the first half regarding the officials. Billy, tell us about it.
In my opinion, Bobby Knight knew he overstepped his bounds, and you did a great job with him, Brent. I'm not smoking you a little bit, but you did a great job talking about that technical foul and that he deserved it in the last game against LSU. He got himself a little over the edge in that game, maybe way over the edge. Probably should have been slapped for at least another technical. He knew when he came into this game. He's been very passive on the bench. Look for him in the second half, maybe to go that same way because the officials are keeping an eye on him.
All right, it is a 6-point difference as we start the second half. Indiana 53, UNLV 47. Vegas and the traveling Reds, and Wade with a 3 is off, and Alford pulls it down. We get word from the table that the NCAA committee does not have any responsibility. It is up to the team. They know how much time there is when they leave the floor to get back out and warm up. They want it smart off his hand out of bounds on the turnover. It's Vegas ball.
Good quickness on the part of Wade, trying to get the little backdoor cut, but UNLV is going to have to run up and down this court a couple of times to get loose. You can see that brick that Wade threw up the last time down. Tough to come out and make a shot if you haven't warmed up. Alford's not even guarding Wade. Foul.
Missed the 3. And they lose it back to Vegas. Bass Knight to get him.
Wade again with those quick hands. Causing trouble. Wade got in foul trouble in the first half, and I think that's what cost UNLV greatly because it really got him out of sync with him off the floor.
Garrett travel. That's 2 quick turnovers here as we start the second half, and 10 total for the game for the Hoosiers. Down to 4. Away from the ball, down on the inside. Smart and Banks entangled down there. And that for Smart is his third personal. So he breaks the assist record that had been set by, among others, Mark Jackson of Georgetown and Milt Wagner of Louisville.
Mix up on the out-of-bounds sideline call. Now we have another problem. Garrett came down on his ankle. He's all right. He didn't want to come out of there. Indiana starting very slow, so maybe my theory goes right out the window.
Everybody, keep your players locked up until just before you start.
Believe me, it won't happen again to UNLV if they're fortunate enough to advance in this tournament.
Alford, he was wide open when he turned on that shot.
Got free on the inside of those great screens, and Indiana runs inside.
55-51. Banks, and there's his 5th three of this game. He is 5 of 7 now from three-point range.
And Banks had not been shooting well coming into this ball game and so far in the tournament, only shooting 33% for the three-point line. 85. Mark Wade over there smiling at Bobby Knight. He likes to go ahead. He put that smile on Iowa a time or two.
It's a great story out here for Indiana as I see Steve Isle starting the second half. Now, as you all know, Daryl Thomas is normally a starter, but he picked up 3 fouls, and he's been on the bench since early in the first half. The reason he did not start is because Bob Knight remembers an incident when he was at Ohio State playing for Fred Taylor. He played a great first half and thought he deserved to start, and Taylor put his starters back in. Patio, the pull-up shot. Smart had it and then lost it. And Vegas has a possession. So ever since then, if someone plays well, he'll get to start the second half. And last night, it's a field goal.
Brent, I'm going to throw something at you right here. Although you don't want to guard Wade because he's not a great shooter, I think it'd be smart to go ahead and put a man right in his face to take away those passing angles he's got. You know, he's out there just like in a rocking chair, and he can pick and choose his spots.
Indiana's ball, and now Thomas comes into the game, and Smart sits down. So Vegas ahead, 56-55. They were down by as many as 14 points. Alford fakes and gets inside Banks.
Steve Alford with the threat in the three-pointer. You almost have to go off your feet because you can't even have that uncontested jumper.
17 for the game to give the Hoosiers the lead. Banks is 3 again. That's 6 of 8 for Freddie Banks. 20 points for the game.
Callaway needed room. He wanted to drive on Patio that time, but Alford was in the way.
Here's Thomas. His second field goal.
Good shot by him.
Short, and underneath was Wade. He'll come back and reset. Patio, quick move on Callaway. Up over Garrett. Gilliam, offensive rebound. He's fouled. He'll shoot a pair.
Brent, another tough thing with Wade, if you're not guarding him, you're not blocking him out. So if you're not close to him, he sneaks in there and gets that cheap rebound. Wouldn't be bad for a couple of minutes to change that defensive strategy and say, Wade, I'm going to play you for a while. Let's see what you can do in that case.
So Isle only 1 away from fouling out of the game. Knight wanted to have a few words with Callaway, who returns. Gilliam at the line.
That hurts Bobby Knight because he can't go to that bench as deep as Jerry Tarkanian. Matter of fact, he doesn't want in a game like this have to go very far at all on that bench.
That's 21 for Gilliam.
For UNLV, number 22, Gary
Graham returns.
Now, the reason for this substitution pattern, I think Jerry Tarkanian figures that he can rebound with Indiana with just Hudson and Gillum in there, so he really has gone to the 3-guard offense. Bobby Knight gets a little counter here. He comes back in with another guard to save Isle for a while.
Joe Hillman And Isles sits down.
Both coaches kind of matching up here.
Indiana down by 2, 61-59. Callaway settled.
I don't know if he traveled on that play. I think Bobby Knight's making a good point over there. It was an unusual looking step, but he still had his pivot foot on the floor. It's one you want to take a close look at. Anytime you do that unusual looking play, referees blow that whistle on you.
Wade left alone.
And he faded.
Garrett off at the rebound. The three levels out. Graham rebounds. Quickly to Banks. He puts one up on the move. Hillman's rebound for Indiana.
Good defensive job by Hillman on that play. He knew what Freddie Banks was going to do.
Thomas with a quick turn. And Garrett alone on the other side with the offensive rebound and a field goal. Deadlocked with 14:30 to go in regulation. Gilliam.
He's a little tough in there. Doesn't jump that high. He just has great positioning.
The screen's being set down low for Alford. Thomas against the double team. Comes up with a shot. Came back inside and he was fouled. That's the first on Hudson.
Thomas tough inside. Remember at the start of this year, he was suspended from the club for a while because he wasn't going to class. Before any game started at all, he got the message in a hurry.
We've got a timeout at the 14-minute mark. It's a television timeout. We'll be right back.
This is an AT&T Long Distance Command Center where our engineers make sure your calls go right through. It's a unique system only AT&T can bring you with thousands of ways to get from here to there. And there are 7 more centers like it because we're not about to take chances that busy circuits could keep you waiting.
Well, she definitely has my hair.
For over 100 years, when you reached out, we were there. And you can keep it that way. AT&T, the right choice. Wasn't all that long ago, the only way back here was on the back of a horse. Boy, have times changed. Mazda's new 4x4 is good, and this new Cab Plus model is something special. It's even got room in back for 2 adults to sit facing forward. It's the first 4x4 I'm not afraid to beat on out in the rough. And doesn't beat on me when I head to town on a Saturday night. It also beats me how the heck Mazda gives you such a loaded up truck for the money. Frankly, I don't know how they can do it.
Are you paying too much or your rates too high? Leave it to the good hands, people. Does your insurance bill make you want to cry?
If you're not happy with your insurance bill, join the more than 6 million families who enjoy solid Allstate homeowners protection at sensible Allstate rates.
So shake those blues and save some dough. Give us a call cause our rates are low. Leave it to the good hands, people. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Member of the Sears Financial Network.
It's 6,900 yards of pure challenge. Of course, it rewards the winner with the Tournament Players Championship. Join me for the TPC tomorrow on CBS Sports.
Well, we have been enjoying the pictures today and now tonight from the Goodyear Blimp America out of Houston, Texas, the captain John Moran. And inside the Superdome here in New Orleans, Vegas trailing at the half has taken a 63-61 lead, 14 minutes to go in regulation. And Mark Wade with 16 assists, and each one becomes a new record.
And Brett, that 16 assists, that's good for 32 points. So half of the points scored by Vegas this year have been directly off passes from Wade. Now you have to figure out some way to shut him down in that area.
Oh, good ball for hit the cutter, Callaway. And he was fouled when he came up in the air. That's Graham's third personal.
There's Indiana rubbing those screens off on the inside. Callaway and Alford looking to come off double post. They really do it well. Indiana has not scored against man-to-man out of bounds, but I look for somebody to get a cheap one here one of these times. Oh, Wade fought over that screen beautifully. He gets caught on one there.
They sealed him in that game. Alford enough time.
Nobody works without the ball any better than Alford does on those screens, like Scott May used to do on that great team that Bobby had in 1976.
Or Bill Bradley of Princeton. The three from Banks not there. Garrett rebounds, and now Indiana can take the lead.
Notice how Indiana's cut the break off today. Vegas has not been able to get running.
The lead for the Hoosiers at 13:08, and it's Alford who backs up field goals.
Wade's got to feel like he's running among the trees in there trying to get through.
Graham, short. Callaway rebound. Alford spins inside on Wade, and Garrett underneath for the rebound is fouled by Robinson.
Here we talked about inside with Alford. Now watch Alford use his screens. There's Wade trying to fight over the top. Now that was an illegal screen moving over there by Thomas. Then Steve goes wide, and when Wade tried to fight over the top of the screen, Alford stayed down on the baseline to be wide open.
Here is the Indiana set on the out of bounds. That's 3 team fouls against Vegas this half, 2 against Indiana. Gilman catching Alford inside to Thomas. Callaway comes around to help. Back in low to Garrett. Against the double team, he goes to the glass.
What we're seeing right now is clinic half-court offense by Indiana. They're taking great shots, great passing.
And Gilliam. Garrett knocks it out of bounds. So the JC out of the City College of San Francisco contributing here for Knight.
Brent, one of the reasons Vegas did not get the break going is because Indiana is using the passing lanes so well. They're not taking any bad shots, so there are no wild rebounds.
Jarvis past Knight into Tarkanian's lineup.
Patio's been sitting for a long time over there. Graham has not had a good game. I look for Patio to get back in here quickly.
Gilliam. Got the roll. That's 26 points.
Well, Gilliam showing that he has such a soft shot. These are tight rims, but he just lays it up there and it sinks in.
Using Hillman at the point as Smart sits out, and Hillman burned him inside.
Basket counts. He caught it on the way down. Basket was going anyway.
Boy, Joe Hillman really knows how to operate an offense. Sitting out there at the key, finding the open man and getting open himself. Gilliam goes in, snaps a high pass.
Great defense by Garrett.
All the way there for the rebound.
Garrett altered the shot. Brent, I think Jerry Tarkanian's had a rough day substituting in this ball game. You notice that when he went in with a smaller lineup, it allowed Bobby Knight to use him. Good take.
And Alford went there. 23 for Alford. 71-65.
He's played into Bobby Knight's hands here by having a smaller team, which allows Knight to use a small club.
Gilliam comes back, big form, and can't put it down, and Thomas. Now here's Joe Hillman. Tries one to Garrett off his hands. He recovers. Loose on the floor. Callaway up. And it's Hillman. Fast Knight reaching around Thomas. That's his second personal. Not yet in the penalty, so the ball will be taken out of bounds.
Foul is charged, number 44.
Tarkanian wants a timeout. You can see Wade holding his hand at the table. Jerry Tarkanian wants a timeout. 71-65, 10-29. We'll be right back.
Anybody can see that Miller High Life looks darker and richer than the other leading premium. And the people at Miller showed me why.
This is where it all starts.
Now tell me about this.
This is barley.
I saw how barley becomes malt.
What we have here is dark roasted barley malt.
And the roasted malt Miller blends in to make their beer darker.
You really can't see the difference.
I learned a lot from these people. And if making a beer that's dark and rich is the American way, I'd say Miller's doing a pretty good job of it.
Holy smokes, what is this?
It's a Pontiac Fiero GT.
Good night, Eileen. What is that?
My new Firebird Trans Am. Can you dig it?
Yes, I can. Dude, don't tell me you got a Pontiac too.
Sunbird Turbo.
Oh,
Yeah, it's really fun to drive if you're into Pontiacs.
yeah, no problem. That's my Pontiac.
I think this bunch deserves a treat this weekend.
Yeah! We'll need extra cash.
No problem.
The Discover Card. Smart move.
Get cash at thousands of automatic teller machines.
And more.
With Discover Card checks.
What next?
At largest Sears stores, coast to coast.
Get the most.
For cash 3 ways, this is the one.
Smart move. The Discover Card.
Great day.
Yeah, what are we doing tomorrow?
The Discover Card.
We're live at the Superdome, New Orleans, Louisiana. Already today, Syracuse advanced to the championship game, eliminating Providence. And they will meet the winner of this, with Indiana up right now. That's the final score for the Orangemen earlier today. Let's take a look at that pick, Billy, you were referring to.
Well, here's a case where you're screening the man with the ball. Wade gets picked off right there. Now watch what happens. Steve Alford showed the pass, froze the defense, and then went up for his jump shot. He's got the whole package. Really understands how to play the game.
Indiana on a 10-2 run over the last 4 minutes. Vegas has hit only 2 of its last 12 shots.
And the pace of the game has been IU's pace. Alford was trying to draw a foul there. Took a bad shot, but he thought maybe he'd get fouled in the process. And he's talking to the official on the way down.
UNLV is also cooled off from three-point range. They hit their first 3, and since they have missed 5, there was a whistle blown on the inside as Graham came down. A summary of this game. Indiana 62% from the field. UNLV's 44 points from the front line. And Wade with 16 assists, a new tournament record, as Callaway is assessed his second personal. Now 14 fouls against UNLV and 3 against Indiana with the 10-minute mark.
Graham on a foul, trying to draw, make a moving screen. Brent, I think that Jerry Tarkanian has a lineup on the floor now that matches up and creates some problems for Indiana. Bringing Patio back in the ballgame. Watch Graham coming across, moving screen, calls the foul.
That's 4 fouls on Graham.
He's going to be sitting down here shortly with Banks coming back in there. And Jerry Tarkanian will have his best club on the floor in a minute or so.
Patio taking Callaway. Callaway goes right inside with him.
Great shot.
Gilliam coming way out to get the ball. Garrett has played with a lot more intensity since those two were pushing and shoving underneath a while ago.
Notice the Banks out of the game, only looking for the three-pointer. Game's all inside. Alford's not within 20 feet of his man.
Garrett trying to deny Gilliam the ball. He gets it against a triple team. Comes up with a jump hook right-hander, and Thomas snaps away the rebound. And foul goes against Vegas. Jarvis Basnight. His third. They don't want to get into the penalty too early here.
He's sitting back, relaxing. The winningest coach percentage-wise in active coach in basketball and only stands behind Claire B in all-time winning percentage.
9 minutes with Banks hounding Alford.
Banks won PCAA every single year he's coached a team in the league. Somebody got hurt inside. Thomas. I got to figure that was not just a stray elbow there. He got hit right in the chest. Lost his breath. And he's talking about it. Boom. You think he couldn't throw a block as a tight end? Forearm shiver coming up there. And it's not like Thomas doesn't have a pretty good-sized chest himself. There's Bobby, nice and calm.
He's probably thinking Gilliam was my kind of player. He is a tough player down in that hole, let me tell you. Knocked away by Wade, didn't foul him, but Hillman is there again, picking up the loose ball.
Hillman makes no mistakes.
Knight wants Callaway inside. Offered off a fake. Now he gets inside. Bass Knight fouled him. That is his 4th personal foul as Alford goes to work on him.
Well, again, because of his great shooting ability, when he goes with those pump fakes, you almost have to go up there to try to block it. And then Alford just stays on the ground and goes ahead and gets off the easy shot. Now, Willard back in the game. Willard did not have a good first half in the few minutes that he played. Jerry Tarkanian's had a rough time with the substitution all day.
All right. Vegas already has committed 7 personals this half. So the bonus coming up the rest of the way for Indiana. They have only 3 team fouls, and it's 73-65. And you saw a rare sight with Alford missing 1 and now 2. I don't think I've ever seen that. Sure, it's happened.
Brent, does this remind you of LSU? Remember the situation LSU was in with team fouls? Indiana only had 4 there late in the...
That was Hillman's foul. He was pushing Gilliam out of the way.
So that's only the 4th team foul.
Foul is charged to number 44, Joe Hillman.
Garrett just walked over to him and said, "Don't force it, Joe. Don't force it when you come through there."
You know what it means when you don't have a lot of team fouls. As it goes down to the wire, you can afford to give a foul, let them have the ball out of bounds.
Dick Paparo was huddling there with Banks and Alford and talking to the 2 veterans.
Second half has been Indiana's game style.
But that's Vegas' style. A 3 for Banks. Don't you ever count this bunch out. They are loaded with firepower.
Total team movement now. Everybody rubbing off screens.
Is Hillman off was he crushed. Banks on one side and Willard on the other. They sandwiched. Hillman and Banks picks up his 3rd.
But you don't expect Hillman to score, but he goes and takes it inside, which is wise. If you're only going to show the pass, the defense can get accustomed to your style.
Shooting 2, number 44, Joe
So the winner of this game takes on Syracuse on Monday night. And again, a reminder, 8 p.m. Eastern time when we'll come on the air.
Oh, Bobby Knight giving Wade a lot of earful on the sideline. Team fouls missed by 2 good free throw shooters. Bobby's first West Coast recruit.
So Wade brings it down. Hillman with Patio. This is Wade. And Patio's 3 is short. With a long rebound. And Banks misfires. And it'll go over. Touch last by Las Vegas. (74-68), 7:28 in regulation. Here's Hillman coming down against the full court pressure, gets the ball into Garrett's hands, and then positions himself for the offensive rebound. And here's Alford. Bangs in. A 2, and Knight is furious. They're calling it a 2. They say that his foot was on the line.
Good call by the ref, but again, Brent, Hillman, how many times has he been there today?
And he's picked off by Willard. And that's an illegal screen on Willard.
Jerry Tarkanian not getting much out of Willard at all today. I think that's a change he's got to make.
I thought it was 3 when he went up.
Yeah, he's got a part of the toe on the line. You cannot touch it in any way, shape, or form. You can see right there, he's got part of that toe on the line. I'll bet you something here, Brent. He doesn't miss 2 on this one.
Keith Smart is returning for Knight. And now Gary Graham will replace Wade. He wants to give Wade a rest here at the 7-minute mark.
Well, the way Indiana is being patient with the ball, the rest may be a very big gamble on the part of Jerry Tarkanian now. He's going to have to go all out for the next couple of minutes.
27 points for Alford. It's a 10-point Indiana lead at the 7-minute mark.
Garrett doing a nice job on Gillen inside.
Alford with Graham.
Nice pass.
A wraparound. Hudson and Alford, his third.
But nobody goes to the foul line. You don't want to get a cheap one inside like that, but nobody goes to the foul line. Only the 15th foul.
Billy, how can the Runnin' Rebels get this into their tempo? What must Tarkanian do now to turn this into an up-tempo schoolyard game, if you will, which they are devastating at?
Well, the problem is that when Hillman in the game, Alford was free, didn't have to handle the ball. Bobby Knight did a great job in that regard. They're just taking some bad threes inside.
Knight had a question at the table. That's Smart's 4th personal foul. So we're going to see Hillman before this is over. 6:28, 78-68. The next one they'll be shooting a 1-on-1, and Gilliam takes Thomas back outside, and that's 28 points for Armin Gilliam here this afternoon. If this was a fight, you would say you knocked Vegas down several times, but you can't knock him out. And Alford, coming around, was hit by Hudson.
There's a case for Hudson just not quick enough to play Steve Alford, and gave him a little clutch move on the sidelines, just went right on by him. Easy call for the official.
Well, that is more than any game that we have seen lately with Indiana. Alford seems to be taking charge offensively, as Hillman does return and Smart goes out.
One of the reasons for that, I think, Brent, we just saw him against LSU. LSU had a superior athlete that had size on Steve Alford. I don't think you can play him with a man of equal size, and certainly can't play him with a smaller man, because he took Wade, went right over him and around him with the screens. Wade coming back into the ball game now, patio out.
So for Tarkanian, Wade, Graham, Hudson, Gilliam, and Banks. This is a 3-guard offense. Gilliam and Hudson, they're down by the 10-point difference at the 6-minute mark here in regulation.
You notice how Wade is not forcing the ball up the court quickly. He's kind of walking it up the floor.
Banks on the 2. And Alford got a hand on it, and there's Garrett.
The other thing you're going to see Indiana start doing now, they're going to start playing clock by moving the ball out a little bit further. Coming into the game, he can run this offense to perfection.
Galloway using the glass. He's only had 2 field goals here in the second half, but he made that one count.
Notice how quickly Indiana gets back on defense.
Garrett very active against Gilliam down the blocks. Banks And that's a two-point shot. And that's 25. Banks and Alford in a shoot 'em out here in New Orleans.
Uh-oh, Callaway coming down. It looks like he has a cramp and not a knee problem here. He's reaching for the back of his calf. Remember how he says it's a cramp. Remember how he went down in that LSU game. I never thought we'd see him back. He was out for 5 games this year with that knee problem.
Well, let me remind everybody while we have a quick moment here of what's coming up tonight after our basketball. Outlaws and the CBS Saturday movie, China Rose. That'll follow the basketball game.
Brent, I don't know why. If I'm Jerry Tarkanian, I'm up. I say you either got to call a timeout or you got to get him out of the ball game here. Callaway's still in and no timeout was necessary. Bobby Knight got a break.
Callaway's a tough youngster out of Cincinnati. Played through that knee pain most of the season. Alford short on that shot. Adio comes out. Indiana is back defensively. There's Banks.
Boy, they'll pull up and take that 3 from anywhere.
28 points for Freddie Banks. 82-75, 4:48. They got Hillman. Callaway inside. Fine move.
Callaway starting to push it up court.
And he was blocked.
We haven't seen that much this second half, and that's the first time Wade really pushed it up there. That's what gets UNLV going.
The foul is charged to number 12, Steve Alford.
Now they're going to give it to Alford, which is his 4th personal at the 4:18 mark.
Team 7.
Well, obviously, Indiana can't afford that.
Timeout, UNLV.
Now, UNLV, Jerry Tarkanian has called this timeout at the 4:18 mark, so he has 1 to go.
Introducing Axis Steel Cologne Spray for Men. Axis, the new scent made for a man to wear all over. Axis, the refreshment of a cologne, the confidently feeling great. Musk, spice, woods, surf. Axis, the rest is up to you.
Scottsdale, Arizona. Built from little more than desert sun and desert air. Where city leaders use computers to connect every department of city government. Computers from Unisys. Unisys helps Scottsdale's leaders meet growing demand so efficiently that over the last 6 years, property taxes have actually gone down. Unisys and government, the power of 2.
Nissan announces the best deal ever on this 87 hard body truck. A $630 value plus package with top custom bumpers.
Sliding rear window.
Dual outside mirrors. And a lot more at no extra charge. Then add in our 3.9% factory-sponsored financing. Depending on the model you choose and length of contract, you could save over $1,400. That's a ton of money. And a lot of truck. So hurry down to your Nissan dealer now and drive home our best deal ever.
A 9-point lead by Indiana and a date against Syracuse in the championship game. There's the timeouts. Knight with 4, Tarkanian with 1. And you can see the team fouls both in the bonus now in the possession arrow, Indiana. Well, I've got a quick moment. I want to pass along our best wishes to Gene Peterson. He's the director of operations for CBS Sports. He's back in the hospital in the New York area, and I know he's watching this game this afternoon. And Gene, we have missed you out here in New Orleans. Steve Alford and the Hoosiers come back to work at the 4:18 mark, 84-75.
Jerry's starting to go ahead and chew on those fingers right now. He was here in here comes the Shark chant, but he was there in 1977. The year that Al McGuire's Marquette team won, lost a tough game to the University of North Carolina.
Mark Wade has not scored a point this afternoon. but he has passed out 17 assists.
6 guys off that club that year, Brent, were drafted in the NBA. It's still a record. Now, no post offense right here. Kind of a spread by Indiana. And they run this as well as anybody has played college basketball.
They've got Hillman.
Gee, what a game he's playing. They will get the backdoor cuts.
Banks the 3. Thomas and Callaway going up high along with Hudson. Hudson hitting the ball last, and it's Indiana's ball.
What you have there is a case for Freddie Banks trying to get back too much too quick.
Wade fouls Alford. That's 3 on Mark Wade, and Steve Alford gets to shoot 1 and 1. What is so impressive about this Indiana team when you think about Knight is the fact that here this afternoon, off the bench, he has brought 2 players, Steve Isle and Joe Hillman. And they both technically have played the game so well. Yeah, he's tough, and yeah, he'll drill it into your head, but I guarantee you, when you walk away from him, if you listen and you sort out the nonsense that he hands out, you'll know how to play the way he wants it played.
You know who has sat down most of the time? Keith Smarts, okay? A kind of guy that would love to be challenged athletically by UNLV, and that's not what Bob Knight needs today. So he goes with a Hillman who will play within himself. I think Bob Knight has had the much of the better of it regarding substitutions today.
Hudson powers back for the rebound. Out of bounds. Vegas ball. There's a fellow who would have been a great player except for a knee operation which caused him to miss an entire year before he came back for the Running Rebels, and that's Hudson.
You know, I mentioned to Hudson yesterday about the recruitment of Hudson. There's Bass Knight back in. Hudson goes out. Jerry Tarkanian said they went to the championship game and Hudson got in an argument with his coach, and most of the other coaches scouting him didn't want anything to do with it.
Ball on the floor. Reaching in was Callaway.
Big break.
Sure was.
Big break for UNLV.
The 3rd personal on Callaway.
The arrow was facing down Indiana's way. They would have got the ball on a turnover.
It's 88-76, Indiana leading UNLV. Gary Graham returning. So the Shark wants to go with the 3 guards, Bass Knight and Gilliam. Hasn't Gilliam played a great game for him, though, with 28 points down there?
Gilliam and Banks have both given solid games. I think everybody else, you might say Wade also, but everybody else has actually played under their ability.
But Wade just wasn't able to hit any shots either.
He's not going to take many. Freddie Banks had a little special hairdo put together when he was at Vegas after the wins in the regionals. Had the number 13 carved into his head. Is that the right word, carved? That's not solid.
It looks like a carved job.
Shave, that's the better term. Shave.
.315, Indiana by 10.
Nice move by Hillman. Points are not important here. It's the clock that's the key. Hillman understands that perfectly. There he is again, being the man in the right place.
And a foul as Hillman got down the line. That's the 4th on Wade. Boy, Hillman is continuing to do a superb job here for the Hoosiers.
But Brent, the key when you're a substitution playing for Bob Knight is to understand what your role is and carry it out. Don't try to do any more or less than that. And that's what we're seeing right here. He's the guy that created tempo here in his second half and kept him in a half-court offense so UNLV never could get running.
But there's still time for this bunch. Here's Banks looking for it as he went up in the air. He was fouled, and Hillman picks up his second.
You don't want to foul if you can help it. If you're Indiana, you just as soon rather have them put it up in a 10-point lead, make that clock keep moving.
Second personal foul. Shooting 2 for
You know, the other thing that's interesting is today, I can't remember a time when UNLV made their press work. Well-drilled club from Indiana just took it away from them.
Well, that's the first time I've seen a shark with a logo on a towel. And if he loses this, he'll go back to the plain white, folks. Enough of that bad luck. Down to 8. They go to the trap. And Alford uses a timeout. They have 4. He saw he was in trouble. He alertly used the timeout. At the 2:39 mark, 88-80, Indiana, and we'll be right back.
You know, Jerry, you're a terrific husband and a super salesman.
Hey, Beth, what is this?
A financial genius. You're not.
Very few of us are. We can help. At New York Life, we have the resources to make the most of your resources. We offer a range of financial opportunities, including mutual funds, universal life, and limited partnerships. Don't settle for less than you deserve. Get the most out of life with New York Life.
Briggs & Stratton lawnmower engines are built so well to last so long. Later in life, they often start another career. Briggs & Stratton, the power in power equipment.
Never seen a Bonneville that sporty before. How's it drive?
Let me tell you.
We built a sleek, lean new driving machine. Bonneville. We built excitement. Bonneville. Pontiac.
The game Monopoly has come to life at McDonald's. Win McDLT, Coca-Cola, or $1 million. Collect St. Charles Place, States and Virginia Avenues, and win a dream vacation. Collect these for a $250,000 home. Hello, over $40 million in cash and prizes. Collect the right game pieces or win instantly. So play Monopoly. Do not pass go. Go directly to McDonald's.
Superdome, New Orleans, Louisiana, with Indiana leading UNLV 88-80. You know, Billy, one story I want to mention before we get off the air, because it's a controversial one regarding Vegas. Lloyd Daniels, the young man that they had some difficulty with out of the New York area recruiting. I got the feeling this year, and I told Jerry this to his face yesterday. I said, you know, Jerry, I thought you were turning it around with the public. They were beginning to sort of believe that you were running a real good program out there, and then you got involved with a young man who has brought more discredit to the school. He agrees, but he's not going to back away from the young man. He will never play for him at UNLV, but he said he still wants to help him go to school. Disadvantaged youngster, but he made it quite clear yesterday that he will never play at Las Vegas. So with 2:35 remaining, Indiana leading 88-80. They have possession. And Garrett missing, but Thomas on the other side. The position rebounding. Banks hits another 3. That is 35 points for Banks. He is 9 of 14 shooting threes.
The double team offers sees a good spin dribble. Now that was no backcourt. It was not backcourt, obviously. 5. Yep.
Goes over.
Now, what we see right now, Brent, is what happens to you. When you try to play a delay game and are not looking to score, the defense picks everybody up. Indiana can get an easy basket inside.
Now Banks, he and Gilliam have carried the load here in the second half. He forces that one, but Gilliam cleans up, score and bring him to the line. We got a new game. It's 90-85 with Gilliam on the line. They have 35 of UNLV's points in this half. Thomas on the floor, shaken up here at the 150 mark.
Here's Banks going in, double clutches it just to get it in the air was amazing. Now Gilliam comes down, he hits, and no foul should have been called on that because he's coming right down. He hit Thomas, and look at Gilliam's on the floor. He hit him with his elbow. Might have hit him in a crazy bone a little bit. And you can see that he's holding his elbow. Poor Thomas, he's seen enough of Gilliam today. One in the chest, one in the face. And again, we have that situation where a man's down. They'll have to either take him out or call the timeout. Bob Knight decides to go ahead and take him out. Now watch this, right down on the face. Clean out by Gilliam.
Folks, we got a new game. This team is explosive. Gilliam can pull them down to within 4 at the 151 mark.
Bob Knight goes back to 3 guards now. He has Smart in the game, and watch and see if Smart doesn't break free with Hillman and Alford handling the ball out front and take it to the hoop.
Banks with 35, Gilliam with 30. Ball. Rebound Garrett. Graham is on Smart. They might want to put him on the free throw line. Here's Hillman. And now Hillman uses a timeout. They had 3, remember. 2 left. 138, Indiana up by 5. We'll be right back.
We're not a company, but no company has more pride in what they do, or more pride in how well they do it. We offer you a meaningful and fulfilling future, one that goes far beyond the ordinary, one that brings with it the respect and admiration of Americans everywhere. We're not a company, we're your country. We're the Air Force, the Marines, the Army, the Navy. We're the armed forces. It's a great place to start.
What'd you do to your car, Joey? It's really hot.
It's these new Sportline Performance tires from Michelin. They've got a super grip and really handle the curves.
I never knew a fat tire could make such a difference.
It can if it's a Michelin.
Joey, I think someone's got his eye on us.
I think he's got his eye on you.
Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Life is full of changes, and State Farm is there.
I'm State Farm Agent George Palmy. If your family's like mine, you'll find reminders of how fast things change. Wasn't so long ago, my daughter Jill was riding in this. Now she drives this. Look around you. If you see your insurance needs have changed, auto, home, life, or health, see your State Farm agent for a family insurance checkup. The advice is free.
And like a good neighbor,
And the decisions are yours.
State Farm is there.
Along with Billy Packer, I'm Brent Musburger. 1:38 left in regulation. It's a 5-point game. Indiana over UNLV, 90-85 right now. Bob Knight just used a timeout, so the Hoosiers are down to 2. Tarkanian is down to 1 timeout. Possession arrow, Indiana.
And they really have to be careful on this inbound situation because you know UNLV is going for the steal.
Knight elects to stick with the 3 guards. Hillman, Smart, and Alford.
Isle back in the ball game, trying to get a better ball handler in the game. Garrett goes out.
Also, Garrett was hitting only 61% of his free throws in the tournament. They hit Smart. Get it back to Hillman. Isle quickly. That's the one they do not want to put on the line. Now it's Smart. It's Hillman. Elected to pull it out, and Smart for the layup, and it's a big one. It's a huge layup, 92-85, 119. That could do it for the Hoosiers. Banks goes back with a 3, and they're not finished yet.
He's made them from both corners now.
Lead pass to Smart. Pretty soon they've got to put someone on the line. And there it is. Gilliam fouls Isle. So Steve Isle will be stepping up in a critical one-on-one situation.
And one of the few guys for Indiana that's not an outstanding free throw shooter, only shooting 68% on the year.
And in the tournament, it's not even that good. It is 50%. Dean Garrett comes in for his rebounding. 102. What a great shooting performance by Freddie Banks here this afternoon. He has been unbelievable. Isle misses, and Vegas not finished yet with a minute to go.
Smart staying right with Freddie Banks.
Gilliam, they double him. Here's Banks. Isle comes up on him. He misses that one. Gilliam contesting Garrett. Loose, and here's Patio looking 3. Out. Rebound by Banks. Underneath.
Over the back. Over the back. Oh, me! I thought it was Gilliam over the back.
see if it's a good call.
It is a good call. Right over the back. You see it right here. There's Gilliam coming right over Garrett's back. Garrett goes to the line, as you mentioned, not a good free throw shooter, but Indiana dodged a bullet here.
38 seconds and a 4-point lead. Garrett at the line in this game is 4 of 4. Missing, Callaway almost comes up with it. Rejected.
He's going to take the three on the break.
But he tracks it down. He'll go back outside, and Smart fouls him. That's his 5th foul. Smart fouls out of the game with 28 seconds, 92-88.
That's a foul that Hillman does not make. And although Smart has done a great job for Indiana this year, that was a mental mistake right there on his part, not a physical. You want to go ahead and just let Banks take it back outside. You can see Bobby Knight say, I don't want the foul. You don't want to stop that clock. And now Vegas is going to have to foul.
Indiana's struggles at the free throw line have left the Runnin' Rebels in this one.
Now Garrett's in the ballgame. I'm surprised Knight isn't taking him out, Brent.
Banks shooting 1 more.
He missed the free throw. Indiana, Alford with possession.
Can't foul him.
You just see Alford take it away from his man. He knew that if Vegas fouled in the backcourt, he wanted to come up here to the free throw line. He took charge of business back there.
Well, Kevin Houston of Army led the nation in free throw shooting this year. Each year it seems to get better and better. Houston shooting over 92%, but not a bad guy to have on the foul line if you want to seal up a game right here.
Alford 9 of 11, shooting free throws today. 31 points. He had 3 30-point performances. There are a lot of people who tried to tell me that Bob Knight would never play this game in the 80s or the 90s. Yesterday when he came into the building, he said, I don't want to slow it down. He said, I don't think we can. 94-88, 20 seconds.
Of all people, Wade takes a three.
Isle. Oh, and the ball's got it. Hillman. Isle can go all the way. That's it. Indiana's going to go to the finals.
And Brent, let me give you a stat. They've been there 4 times, and they've never failed to win the national crown. The team that leads that is UCLA 10 for 10. Great drive by Isle.
And a man who enjoyed it more than anyone. Score it, and Bass Knight fouls out.
Well, Brent, Vegas has lost twice this year, and we have done both games. Are we there, Jinx?
I'm sure you just made us a lot of friends out in Las Vegas. But folks, I had nothing to do. I didn't shoot. I didn't have the clock today or nothing.
Jerry Tarkanian is denied for the 2nd time. Going to the final game.
You know, I think it bears repeating about that man right there. You give Knight 1 week to prepare for any team, and he's going to be real tough to beat. So we've got timeout being used on the floor, and let's talk about the matchup ahead of us. Indiana and Syracuse, well, we've got a moment. Belly, your thoughts on that one?
Well, I think Syracuse showed us today they can come out and play some very, very tough man-to-man defense, and I think that is something that's extremely important because you've got to do that if you're going to play against IU because of Alford's great shooting ability. But I think IU showed something today in regard to great bench play. Super job by Isle and Hillman.
Krzyzewski.
Of course, Mike at this time last year was very happy as his club had worked their way to the final game, beating Kansas. Bobby eliminated him this year. He's got a lot coming back next year. Expect Duke to be one of the teams on the scene. Not only an assistant under Bobby, but he played for Bobby.
Well, the two teams who live by the three-point play all season long died by it here this afternoon. Providence eliminated earlier by Syracuse 77-63. Vegas will fall, but they threw up 35. And there is Lois Tarkanian. The disappointment of traveling this far and then coming up a loser.
They were the nation's #1 team for more weeks than anybody else this entire season.
Six seconds to kill with a 6-point lead.
How about the deployment here by Bobby Knight? Throwing the ball at half court, saying to Vegas, you can have it.
Some have 2 tap-ins, and that one fell for 2. Dick Paparo says that counts. Score that tap-in. The ball was up on the rim, and Knight, Tarkanian, shake hands at midcourt. We continue in a moment.
Cadillac Almonte. It is a luxury roadster unlike any that has come before it. A Cadillac designed and handcrafted in Europe by the designer of Ferraris and Rolls-Royce. Imagine a world-class road car with Cadillac comfort. Almonte is built with such care that its assurance plan includes the finest coverage for any car sold in America. Cadillac Almonte.
Someone put a bender in my left front fender. Leave it to the good hands, people. I got it in the door of my 4x4.
Allstate makes an accident a little easier to take. We offer a repair guarantee, and in most cases, we'll give you a settlement on the spot.
I parked in a lot in a place that I trusted, but when I returned, my window was busted. Leave it to the good hands, people. You're in good hands with Allstate.
A member of the Sears Financial Network.
You know, I've been noticing something that's been happening over the past couple of years. Trend, I guess. Drunks aren't funny anymore. Drunk drivers, drunk workers, drunk anybody. And it really does seem that more people are starting to respect the difference between a few and a few too many. And that's kind of nice.
Bobby Knight has done it. He'll be heading to the national championship game on Monday night, looking for his 3rd national title. The Chevy MVPs in this game, Armin Gilliam for UNLV, 30 points and 8 rebounds. And Steve Alford out of Newcastle, Indiana, 33 points as the Hoosiers advance on to take on Syracuse Monday night for the championship. Let's go back down to the court side. Brenton Billy. All right, Jim, thank you. We're with Coach Knight and one of the young men who has traveled that journey to the championship, Dean Garrett. Dean, your thoughts about this victory?
Hey, this is a great victory. Everybody thought we weren't going to win. People were putting us down by 3 points and said Gilliam was going to do this. UNLV was too fast for us. But hey, this shows we're a strong team ourselves, and we're not quitters at all.
Well, I thought you got an incredible game off the bench today. 2 guys came in and really used their heads to set a lot of things up. Steve Isle and Hillman.
Well, Hillman and Isle played very well for us in the regional and have played very well for us in a lot of situations all year. And that's what we recruited them for, to play very well for us.
It was a thinking man's game in regard to substitution patterns and the way that you played.
And you still understood it?
I think I did, and I thought you really did a super job taking advantage. When they went with a smaller club, let you stay with Hillman for a long time.
Well, what happened? There had to be a lot of changes made. It was really a hot day, and I thought the UNLV kids were just absolutely plastered, their jerseys. I thought our kids did a heck of a job hanging in the last 10 minutes. I thought we might just get worn down and be worn out in the last 10 minutes.
All right. Gentlemen, congratulations. Good luck Monday night. James Brown is standing by with Jerry Tarkanian. Let's go to James.
All right, Brett, thank you very much. Coach Tarkanian, you had your team in the locker room a very long time at halftime. What did you see in what Indiana was doing that you were trying to counter?
Well, you know, the first half, I didn't think that we played as hard as we could defensively.